We're going to call to order the May 19th meeting of the West Sacramento City Council and Redevelopment Agency. I'd like to invite our guests to join the council and staff in the Pledge of Allegiance, which tonight will be led by the City Manager, Mr. Toby Ross. The council did meet in closed session this evening to confer with our labor negotiator regarding negotiations with represented and unrepresented employees as noted on the closed session agenda. No action was taken, instructions only were given. With that, we're going to proceed to item 1A, which is presentations by the public on matters not on the agenda but within the jurisdiction of the City Council. As is noted on our agenda, we're prohibited by state law from discussing or taking action on items that are brought up under item 1A, but it does provide an important opportunity for a public hearing. We do ask that anyone wishing to speak on this or any other item this evening to please fill out one of the yellow cards that's available at the entryway to the chambers and turn it into the city clerk. Or if you're in the remote viewing room downstairs, there's also cards available there, and one of the city clerk's deputies there to pick up the card, and they will be delivered here. In front of the clerk is a timer that we use to make sure that everyone has the chance to be heard, and so to that end, we ask that all comments be limited to no more than 3 minutes, and given the number of requests that we'll have tonight, the 3-minute rule will be strictly enforced. So please be sure we will cut off the microphone at the 3-minute point because we want to make sure that the 30th or 50th person that wants to speak gets the opportunity and doesn't have to stay here until 4 in the morning to do so. So we want to make sure everybody gets that chance. We also recognize that for some folks, speaking in public can involve some amount of anxiety and nervousness, so we do ask that there not be any boos or catcalls or applause or other demonstrations, and that we maintain a civil discourse in the chambers. Also in front of the clerk is a flip chart, and that flip chart just indicates what agenda item we are on in case you're following with the paper in front of you. So with that, we have no requests to speak under item 1A, but because it's the first item, let me ask if there was anyone else that wished to speak on an item that's not on our agenda but within our jurisdiction. All right, seeing none, we're going to move to item 1B, which is council communications. Are there any reports or other communications this evening? Mayor Pro Tem Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just update the council. I think that probably most of us have seen the recent the articles in the Sacramento Bee regarding the sewage to the Delta and fish decline connection that's been made by some of the water users in Central Valley and South. And obviously the fingers being pointed directly at us at the regional sanitation district line. So we will continue to monitor a lot of the studies that are surfacing that are essentially saying that we are to blame for dumping sewage into the Delta, which is having a rippling effect throughout the Delta and the water users south. So that's obviously first and foremost for our consideration for the district as we will continue to monitor that.
Mr. Villegas, let me clarify. No, there's no allegations of any sewage dumping. It's with regard to the level of technology that's used to treat the sewage. The district has a pretty strong record on its discharges, and there's no sewage going in. It's how much is the sewage, how much stuff is taken out of the sewage, and how much money is spent on the technology to do it.
Right, but what you're seeing though, if you're driving up and down the Central Valley on I-5, is claims that we're dumping raw sewage into. I mean, it's a campaign in every imaginable way, and so what you're seeing is a lot of the water users behind the campaign that is essentially pointing the finger at us. And the claim is, you'll see it on the signs along the freeway, that we're dumping our sewage. And I think what's happening is that as a result of a lot of that, some of the Central Valley and southern municipalities are passing resolutions that are essentially, again, pointing the finger at what we're doing north of here and pointing, alluding to the fact that we're only using a secondary treatment versus a tertiary, which is going to be extremely expensive if we go down that path. So as studies come out, we continue to monitor those.
You mean the level of treatment? We're using the same level of treatment that LA, right. San Diego, Orange County, and most of the Central Valley communities are using.
That's right.
Okay.
So it changes pretty soon.
No, I'll report next. I'll report on our next meeting.
Okay, I have two yesterday. The city manager and the director of public works and went to Marysville to meet with Caltrans around their certification that's necessary, along with the Federal Highway Administration, for release of the funds for us to do the project Tower Bridge Gateway East, right, east, the Tower Bridge, to complete the portion essentially from Ironworks to the Tower Bridge. And there's more work to follow, but it was a positive meeting, and I think Caltrans indicated they want to help us get to a solution with the federal agency and get through the hurdles so that we can. That's a $6 or $7 million grant that we achieved from the region, and it uses federal money, so there's a set of additional restrictions that we have to comply with, but it's definitely money for construction and riverfront development that we want to free up and bring into the community and generate economic activity and jobs. And then last week, I was invited and did serve on a Urban Land Institute special study panel. We had one of these panels come to our city 10 years ago, I think it was. Mr. Beers and Mr. Christoph were both here to help us assess the viability of development in the East Riverfront property next to the rivers, north of the boat ramp, and where the Indian Heritage Center is going to be located. This was a statewide study panel on SB 375 and how, if and how it ought to work in California, an assessment of it, and then what's going to take to make it successful. So it was mostly lenders, financiers, some development interests, and then I was there on behalf of sort of the public sector generally. And the conclusions will be released in a report in June 4th, but I think the key one that I emphasize and that will be part of this is that it's still necessary. It aligns with our goals as a city and most progressive cities across the state, but it's a huge challenge because the legislature passed it in 2008 and then proceeded to and to try to induce a different pattern of development that was more urban centered in places like ours, and then proceeded to eviscerate all funding for transit, which is necessary for that to work, and essentially shut down redevelopment by stealing millions of dollars, well, $1 billion statewide and millions of dollars from us for redevelopment, and that achieving the goals of SB 375, given that sort of hypocrisy, was going to be extraordinarily challenging. So, well, that report will come out on June 4th, and I'll make sure that the council gets a copy as well. Item 1 sees appointments to commissions and committees. We have none of those this evening. Item 2 is presentation of a proclamation recognizing May 16th through 22nd as National Public Works Week. It's been moved by Mr. Beers and seconded by Mr. Christoph. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. The motion carries and the proclamation is adopted. The presentation was to be to the Director of Public Works, and he has agreed that we will defer that to a private ceremony at some point outside of the meeting. That brings us to our consent agenda, which is items 3 through 11. Are there any items on consent that any member of the council wishes to remove, or any item for separate question or comment? Okay, I'll repeat, it's item 7, because I know there are staff, some of our staff are in the overflow room as well, so they need to be here. So item 7 is consideration of award of contracts to 5 vendors for the purchase of office furniture, lounge furniture, round tables, portable seating risers, and stage lighting, and rep plot for various rooms and programming in the new community center located at 1075 West Capitol Avenue. Mr. Johannesson.
Mr. Mayor, I would just make a motion to continue this item to another date till we know how the budget shakes out.
Okay, so you want to remove it from the,
right.
so you're asking to remove it from the consent agenda altogether.
Right. And continue it to another meeting.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas.
Just a quick question, Mr. City Manager. Is it time, are these issues time sensitive in that we need to take action now or lose opportunities, or how would that?
There's a 8 to 10 week lead time, which sort of as at the margin. If it comes back on the 2nd, I think we could make that.
Okay then.
That's fine. Okay, so if there's no objection, then we'll continue item 7 to June 2nd. And with the balance of the consent agenda has been moved by Mr. Beers, seconded by Mr. Johannesson. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. The consent agenda is adopted. Our time-set agenda item 12 is a public hearing and report of Measure K revenue and disbursements. And the city manager has requested that we continue the public hearing and report of Measure K revenue and disbursements to June 2nd, so that it can be properly reconciled with the budget discussions we're about to have later in the evening. Seeing no objection to that, that'll be the order. Item 12 will be continued. Item 13 is a public hearing to consider objections to the proposed removal of weeds. Chief Terrell.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, good evening. I'd like to make a recommendation that the council open the public hearing to receive objections to the proposed weed abatement program by property owners.
All right. Are there any questions for the chief? Seeing none, we will open the public hearing on item 13. We have no request to speak, but because this is a public hearing, does anyone wish to address the council on item 13?
There is one, apparently.
I just have this one stack. It's in here somewhere? Okay, why don't you come forward? Sorry. Chief, if you would step aside.
Yeah, my name is, good evening, council members. My name is Frank Herrera. I live in the Rivers, 995 Fountain Drive. And I just want to know if this program pertains to the Rivers, the weed abatement program.
Okay. We'll get an answer. Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Frank.
There's a meeting tonight on the association is having a meeting over that issue, but I thought the meeting here tonight is more important. So I can't be two places at once, so.
You used to, Frank.
We'll have an answer in less than 30 seconds. All right, so.
The answer is yes. This is a
Hold on,
statewide
Chief, hold on. Does anyone else wish to address the council on item 13? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on item 13 and ask the chief to address any of the comments that were made in the testimony. Thank you.
This changes the answer.
The answer is yes, it is. This is a statewide program.
Okay. All right, any further questions or discussion?
Nope.
Is there a motion? All right, Mayor Pro Tem Villegas has moved and Mr. Beers has seconded the item. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. Thank you, Chief. All right, item 14 is the budget plan, including service prioritization and the fiscal year 2010-2011 budget report. Just to summarize how we're going to approach this is obviously a very significant item, and we have a lot of folks interested in speaking about it. We're going to begin with the presentation by the city manager, an overview of the budget plan and the recommendations and some of the critical key actions associated with that plan. Then we'll have an opportunity for council questions on the overview of the budget in total. And then at that point, we'll take public testimony. And then when the public testimony is completed and the council has all the input, then we'll proceed to a department by department conversation about and set of questions around the budget. The yellow cards, if you're intending to speak, the yellow cards need to be turned into the city clerk prior to the conclusion of the city manager's presentation. So once the council questions and the public testimony have begun, we don't take additional cards. And so if you're intending to speak, you can always waive it later, but if you're intending to speak, please get your card either to the clerk in the chambers or to the designated staff person in the overflow room prior to the conclusion of the city manager's overview presentation and the beginning of the council questions, because at that point we won't take any additional cards. All right, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. Good evening. We're in the middle of a 2-year budget, and normally we wouldn't be anticipating any significant action at this point, but the past year has been a somewhat problematic one from a financial standpoint, and so we're here tonight to talk about a budget plan to bring the resources available to the city in line with the activities that we're undertaking. So if we could go to the first slide. This evening we're seeking action by the council on a budget plan and authorization from the council to the city manager to implement that budget plan. We'll also ask you to approve some rules and procedures for Local 522, which is the fire union. There's a special set of requirements in their MOU requiring that we have this in place, and that you appoint the city manager to conduct any personnel public hearings that would happen as a result of these actions this evening. So that's the layout of where we're headed. I want to talk a little bit about how we're getting here and what the issues are. We'll go to the next slide. The general plan faces about a $4.6 million gap, and that gap is projected to grow over the next 2 years to $5.2 million. That's the target in the general plan that we're trying to address by this plan. But that's not the extent of the problem with the city. We have resource limitations in a variety of areas. Our sewer and water utilities that deliver those key services are functioning, operating at a deficit, and using their cash balances to make up that deficit. And so we'll be needing to deal with that in some fashion. We're not proposing to have specific answers there this evening, but we have a recommendation, and it's a recommendation that's consistent with the council's strategic plan to examine rate studies in those utilities to address operational and capital issues associated with them. Our redevelopment agency, as the mayor mentioned earlier, has just paid over $6.4 million to the state. Those are from proceeds that we had collected over time for various projects with the city, and that opportunity goes away. In fact, we had to borrow money from other accounts in order to make that payment. We have an additional $1.5 million payment next year. And development revenues, which I think is no surprise to anybody. Development has essentially stopped in West Sacramento. We there? No.
Right. The issue here is the clerk and her team are trying to make sure that this our audio is audible downstairs in the overflow room. This is an unusual situation for us, and so we ask everyone in both rooms and at home some forbearance, because we're trying to make sure that everyone has the chance to hear what's happening, and so that's what's causing some of the challenge at the moment.
Let me get back to that issue of development revenues. Development revenues have been a principal component of our ability to achieve a lot of the successes over the last decade. It relates to our capacity to expand facilities, roadways, sewer treatment and water capability. And those really have dried up dramatically. And so in all of those areas, we've had to make significant adjustments. So we're dealing with pretty substantial effects, more substantial than any time in the history of West Sacramento. So the essence of the problem is that we have a short-term, we have a shortfall of revenue, and that shortfall is not a short-term problem. It's a long-term issue, and it's a concern that we have to address. The principal general fund revenue is property tax, and property tax has declined dramatically. It's anticipated that it will decline by $3.5 million between last year and next year, and that's an ongoing expectation. And so that we don't think that our property tax will begin to decline or begin to stop declining for 2 more years, and then it will probably take as many as 2 to 3 years before it recovers to the level that it is today. So this is not a short-term issue. It's not something about simply resolving the problem for the current year and then moving forward. Next year, the problem gets bigger, and the year after that, it gets bigger. And only some years out, 3 to 4 years out, do we start to see it go the other direction. The issue is structural as well, in the sense that some of the costs that we face are driven by other factors, and particularly retirement and health benefits are anticipated to grow on a per employee basis, even as we attempt to control other costs. And so our revenues are declining, our costs are going up. We're dealing with a structural problem that we're recommending be addressed by downsizing the organization, basically changing the scale of what we do And we're proposing it in a magnitude that represents significant impacts on the staffing levels in the city. So if we could move on and to the next item. I'm going to highlight a few major issues and maybe clarify a few things, and then describe how we're going to conduct the discussion this evening, and then I'll turn it back to the City Council. One of the bigger issues, and perhaps the one that represents the biggest emotional and psychological issue for the people in the organization, is that we're eliminating 40 positions and 28 actual layoffs. Last year, we were able, through a variety of techniques, to reduce the number of positions but not actually have any layoffs. This year, that was not possible. We had really cut in all the ways that would allow us to avoid that. We're proposing in specific terms to reduce 4 fire captains, and that would have the effect of reducing the operations out of Station 45 to 1 apparatus. In most instances, probably 90% of the time, it would be a single apparatus. That would make 45 much like the other 4 stations in the city where a single company operates out of that area. It is not proposed that any stations be closed, and certainly not Station 45. We're also proposing significant management reduction in the police department. 3 of 10 managers are proposed to be laid off, including the deputy chief, which is the second highest position in the organization. And we'll be reducing or proposing to reduce programs and services in the Recreation Department, Parks and Recreation, and in some instances, increasing fees for the services provided. So that's an illustration of the types of things that we'll be having to address. In this, there are actually some 100+ individual items that we'll be asking the council to review and make recommendations regarding. But the overall effect is organized by the various departments, and the fund implications, really we've sorted out for the council, and if you take the items up by the departments, we'll be able to address the other issues. So if we could go to the next slide, just what we're doing from this point forward is I'll be available for the council for questions regarding the information that's in front of you. Then the council will take public comment, and then following that, we'll go to the worksheets on the budget plan, and those are by department, and we'll ask that the council go through those and give us direction, and then ultimately an action for this evening. So with that, I'd be available for any questions.
All right, to members of the council, are there questions for the city manager? Mr. Beers.
Yeah, Toby, I think when I was looking at your slide, you passed this slide, but could you expand a little bit more on what exactly has been transpiring with the property tax in terms of the chief
Absolutely,
causes?
sure. We made what we thought were fairly conservative projections with respect to property tax, but we missed the boat in 3 areas, and they really account for why it's coming in at a lower level than we had previously calculated, and why we believe it will come in lower again in the following years. The first is that the number and magnitude of appeals from businesses on their property taxes have been overwhelming and much more sizable than anybody imagined. And one of the interesting things about commercial appeals is, unlike most of residential appeals where they simply ask for their assessment to be changed, commercial appeals will often go back as long as 5 years ago and ask for a cumulative rebate on their taxes. And there have actually been a number of rewards of $1 million plus in terms of those appeals. And so that was something that we hadn't calculated. It wasn't part of our previous experience. It's never been something that the assessor has seen in that kind of magnitude in the past. The second thing is the assessor himself has been more aggressive in revaluing properties on a broad scale in addition to the formal request for adjustment. And he, at this point, is proposing to go all the way back to 2001 and evaluate all residential properties. And that, we think, will have a significant effect in reducing the amount of assessed value for West Sacramento. Because 2001 was really early on in the stage of new development, and so a lot of the higher value housing was in that period. And the third thing is that we felt that the recovery would be somewhat faster. In particular, we thought that we would have bottomed out by the end of the calendar year, so that by January, values would be stabilized, not necessarily rising quickly, but not going down anymore. That wasn't the case. We think it is the case at this point, but that's too late for the current evaluation, and that those three factors really account for why the property taxes come in much lower than we anticipated.
Thank you.
Mr. Johannesson.
You know, Toby, a couple questions. Some of these items lend themselves to being provided in other manners. A couple in particular, for example, just the playbook and the city lights that, you know, potentially we could provide it some other way, either through electronic means or subscription or something along that line. If we include a light item here that basically cuts that, that's not going to stop us from coming back and maintaining the service if we can find another way to do it.
We will basically take the direction of the council wherever it is and then attempt to adjust it. Some of those, for example, are included in here as reductions specifically. If you think that the reduction should be deeper, those reductions can be made. If we can find technology or other methods, for example, a cooperative effort with another entity to generate the same outcome, we could try to do that as well.
Yeah, because there's also several here that potentially some of the community service organizations in West Sac could help fill in some of the gaps, but so you'll need direction then on those. Okay.
We anticipate that partnerships are probably a good part of our success over the longer run. And we're going to have to do a number of things that are beyond the budget plan to achieve that.
Okay. Pro Tem Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Toby, just so that I understand, I think maybe it would help the public who maybe has not experienced something like this either. What we're doing this evening in developing a budget plan is very different than, say, what we would be doing during negotiations with either police or fire or Local 39, which is the majority of our city employees. And so we have to do the responsible thing to develop a balanced budget. But nothing precludes anybody from proposing or recommending things that might help balance the budget should they want to propose. In other words, anybody could come forward, any of the respective unions could come forward and say, here are some suggested or recommended ways in which we think the budget could be balanced or cuts could be taken. And obviously we can't impose that. We have contracts that need to be, we have contracts that have been negotiated and everything is in place, but nothing precludes anybody from coming forward saying we would prefer to do it differently if the city would entertain that.
That's right. Last year we asked basically all the groups, all the employee groups for concessions. And when we did that, we said that we wouldn't be back asking again. And so we have not. But we will, if the council were to take the recommended action this evening, that still allows in most instances at least 6 weeks before final implementation, in some instances even longer. And during that time, we'd be very open to alternatives. And if those alternatives achieve the same outcome or a similar outcome, we could put a hold on the implementation. The way we're structuring it is we're asking the council to give the authority to implement, but not to mandate the implementation. We need to achieve the outcome, but if we achieve it in another way, that's perfectly appropriate.
Do you have anything to add?
No. I'll do it during this stuff.
Okay. I mean, this is the second year of a two-year budget. It's highly unusual. This is, there's no, what you described is the worst budget. that we've ever faced as a city, and I wouldn't be surprised if it includes the community service districts that were the predecessors of the city. This is the worst budget ever. Last year's budget was nearly as bad in its magnitude in terms of the fiscal challenges that we were trying to resolve, but thanks in large measure to a lot of sacrifices by our employees and some efficiencies and reorganizations and deep cuts in some of the non-safety departments, including some departments which no longer exist. They were cut so much. Most of those cuts were largely invisible. And, you know, since all of us get in this city get the B and the KOVR 13 and, I mean, all the other media, I mean, it was, you could see daily what was going on virtually in every other jurisdiction in the region around the tremendous pain that they were dealing with, closing stations of all kinds, implementing, in some cases, hundreds of layoffs at a time, massive changes in services. We did not experience that. There were cuts, there were changes in services and hours and that sort of thing, and furloughs and some significant sacrifices, especially by our staff. But it was comparatively invisible. This year, that's not a we can't sustain that any longer. We've made not only all the easy choices and all the medium choices, we've made most of the hard ones. And now we're at the impossible choices that are left. And so this budget necessarily requires us to go through every item of it. And in every area of the budget, in most of them, there's no red-green choice. You know, that either we fund this level or if we fund this level and we provide safety, but if we provide $5 less, suddenly the city's not safe. If we provide this level, the city's clean. If we provide $5 less, the city's not clean anymore. I mean, in no area, with only a couple of exceptions, is it that simple. We've got to make choices around how much we can do at any one moment. And the reason we're doing all of this in one night tonight, is to the extent that we can, is that if we don't act quickly, then it means we have to make much deeper cuts later. If we are not able to achieve the savings that are proposed in this budget or something similar quickly, then we will have to make even deeper cuts if we were to put off the decision. So I think this builds on what was last year a very relatively successful fiscal approach, and mostly unique in the region because of it, because we made some responsible decisions. But you know, even we don't have the financial capacity to completely weather the recession unharmed. Well, I say the recession, but it's just as much we don't have the ability to weather the state legislature unharmed. And the $8 to $10 million that we're losing in total to the state is a significant driver of these cuts. I mean, it's well above all of the proposed layoffs or any other changes. The legislature is responsible for that. We don't have any control over that, but we have to deal with it. And I think it is. I'm proud that we didn't ask for additional concessions. We kept our word from last year. I know our sister city across the river is proposing that fully, I think $5 million worth of concessions from their employees as part of that process, in addition to cuts that are even bigger than ours in actual services. So these are difficult, but I think if we look around, we can see that we're with a lot of cooperation by the staff and the team here, and the rest of the community. We're trying to figure out a solution that works. We're going to have a conversation that I know will focus a lot on one area of the budget tonight, but I want to emphasize as we get into this that we're a full service city, and that a lot of what our team does is absolutely core and central to public safety and to the basic economic health of the community. That it is the combination of the police department and staff at our affordable housing department and our recreation department that together have brought violent crime down 60% in the city, and property crime. We're now the safest city in the whole county as a result of their work, and crime here is 40% less than it is in Sacramento, which is a big change. That would not happen if it weren't for not just for the police at the front line, and also for the after school, the folks working with kids after school and at the recreation center, and with providing affordable housing and keeping people off the street and out of a life of crime. If it weren't for the staff in the Economic Development Department, Redevelopment Agency, and the Community Development and Planning Department, we wouldn't have River Point Center, where IKEA and Walmart are. And that center generates $3 million a year for this city. So if they weren't there doing that work for us, we would be making much more severe cuts, almost twice as much in terms of the amount of cuts that we would have to make in our basic public safety and infrastructure services. And they've helped us to maintain, we're the only city in the region that has had net positive job growth over the since last January. That's a significant achievement, and it's absolutely critical to the economic well-being and security of the citizens of our community. The staff that are making sure that we deliver a $500 million levee improvement project so that the city doesn't end up underwater are absolutely critical to the public safety in this community. We can't afford to shut down or devastate that department more severely than others. And if we don't maintain the water system and the sewer system, and we don't fix potholes and resurface roads, the property values in this city will decline even more, as well as the quality of life directly. But the property values will decline even more, and our ability to generate revenue to support other services, including police and fire, will decline too. So we're all in this together, and the city organization and the employees that are working in so many of our programs and that are all at risk as a result of these budget reductions are critical to the success and to the health and safety and economic security and basic quality of life of every citizen in this community. And so these aren't easy choices, but I want everyone to understand that there are nothing capricious or arbitrary has been put up by the city manager. This is the first time tonight that the city council has reviewed any of these proposals. But we know and appreciate that the city manager, the department directors, and the staff at every level of the city have been working very hard to find what those right balances and choices are, and their recommendations to us tonight, and we're ready for a lot of public advice and input and for a lot of council discussion. But I hope we'll all start with the premise that we're trying to figure out what exactly the right balance of impossible, tough choices are in the best interest of the city and the security and the safety and the economic health of the residents of our community. So with that, we're going to proceed to public comment. We have, I think, nearly 40 of them, so that's a couple of hours of public testimony at 3 minutes apiece. It would be a lot longer than that if folks go over time. So as I said, it's not personal. We're going to cut everyone off at the 3 minute point so that we can, get folks who would like to be home before, I don't even know who has late night TV anymore, but get home before midnight and make sure that your voice gets heard. So I'm going to, because we have folks who want to speak that are both in the chambers and others that are in the overflow room downstairs, I'm going to, at each point, announce the next 3 people who will be asked to come and come to the podium. And so if you're as soon as you hear your name as number 3, if you could start making your way somewhere nearby the podium so that we can make sure that we waste as little time waiting for transit and for the bride to come down the aisle, that would be much appreciated so we can make sure that everybody gets their voice on the table. All right, so we're going to begin with Marty Flatley. And after Marty Flatley will be John Bonilla and Frank Ferreira.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, member of the City Council. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you tonight about a very important issue. Mainly what I'm here tonight about is to speak to you about 3 unrepresented employees that are due to be laid off at the end of next month. 2 of these employees are part-time, meaning part-time. They do not receive any benefits. They only receive pay while they work. One of those employees is Mike Works, standing to my left here, who was hired by the city on October 13th, 2009. Now, some of Mike's responsibilities at the police department is he works in the booking desk, or at the booking desk in the records division of the police department. His main responsibility is to register 290 registrants, which are sex offenders, as well as drug offenders. He's computerized this system so that instead of taking better part of an hour to accomplish that task, it's down now to about 15, 20 minutes due to his technical skills. He's very skilled in the IT side, and he's extremely beneficial to the police department and its operation down there. He's been responsible for other tasks. I'm not going to go into a whole long list of them. I mean, I could talk about him for 10 minutes. He's a very excellent employee. He's very personal with the public. He handles people that enter the police department, whether they be a sex registrant or anybody else, in extremely professional manner. He's very friendly. He gets along with the employees well. He's extremely beneficial and helpful in the overall operation of the department. Everybody that enters the police department lobby, for the most part, will deal with one of these three people that I'm talking about tonight. Damn, I better hurry up. Joy McDuffie, sorry about that. Joy McDuffie is another part-time employee. Now, she's been employed by the city of West Sacramento for 19 years. She's a part-time employee. She gets paid only when she works. She's very friendly, outgoing. She helps people as they enter the lobby of the police department. Some of these people are not easy to deal with, okay? The third person is a senior clerk. She's worked for the city of West Sacramento for 4 years. She's a full-time employee. Renee Jaime, another excellent employee. Holy criminy, I can't speak to you about how helpful and beneficial these people are to the city. They're due to be laid off June 30th. It's a tremendous loss to the West Sacramento Police Department. I would ask you to please consider keeping these people online with us, please.
Thank you, Marty.
Thank you.
Thank you. John Bonilla, will be followed by Frank Herrera, and then George Louis.
Mayor, City Council, my name is John Bonilla. I'm a lifelong resident of West Sacramento. This is my 4th time to speak in front of the council. I came from a high school baseball game this afternoon where we lost 5-0, got a one-hitter thrown against us. Last night I was at a ball game at River City. And while I was at River City, I seen 2 ambulances, 2 fire trucks go down Jefferson Boulevard in a busy time of the day. I sat there and I seen firemen out handing stuff out. And I felt it was my obligation tonight to come and let you guys know how I feel. I feel terrible that we're getting to this point. I'm so proud of all you guys up there, and have been until tonight, to get to this point. You know, everybody always told me you guys save, you spend $1, you save 5. And that's why I supported all you guys. But that's not the case no more. I know the budget, I know all about budgets. I ran a big union, I know all about budgets. But the stuff that's going on here right now needs to be continued, and public input has to be done. You guys, well, I don't know what the big secret is all of a sudden. All this stuff that's coming out, I've talked to you guys, I never heard a word about none of this stuff. And now all of a sudden, we got to make a deal tonight. You guys, it's toughest vote you're ever going to make. We need to have input. You guys need to go out and have workshops with the community and let us know what's going on and see about these budgets, like Flatley's just talking about. Let's see where we can cut. It's not all about the city manager and you guys up there. It's about the community. And that's why I love West Sacramento. That's why I've lived here my whole life. I never have left. And I've been proud of you guys till tonight. If you guys pass this tonight, I'll be ashamed of every one of you. You guys get out and work with the public and let us know what's going on and show us what's going on. It's been a big secret, and I don't know what the hell's going on here, but it needs to get straightened out. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, John. Frank Herrera. All right, we will, the folks in the overflow room, since we're not experiencing this in the chambers, we will actually clear either the chamber or the overflow room. The no demonstrations, no applause, no boos or catcalls rule is to be enforced. We're trying to maintain a civil chambers. All right, Frank Herrera, followed by George Louis, and then Evelyn Ledesma.
Good evening again, Mayor and council members. As I said, I live in the Rivers, 995 Fountain Drive, and you know, I've been here since 1960. My family moved here, and I made a big mistake. I moved out of Broderick, West Sac area, moved to the south area. Let me tell you, I raised my family over there, and it was a major crime zone over there. I mean, you know, this West Sac, Broderick has always had a reputation. I don't understand it, because I'm 56 years old. I'm enjoying my union pension. I've come back to West Sacramento in 2000. I'm retired, and I feel relatively safe here in West Sacramento. I've always respected law enforcement. I think law enforcement around here does a great job, and I think it would be a crying shame to let any of them go. I mean, I really feel safe here. I do not feel safe in Sacramento. That's why I got the heck out of that area. It's terrible. I should have raised my kids here in West Sacramento. And I'm just saying, the reason why I'm here is because I heard this on the news. I haven't been to a city council meeting in a long time. I haven't been involved in politics. And I'm very concerned. The rumors were, I heard it right on TV, four police officers were going to close down one of the firehouses. I guess the city manager made that clear that they're not going to close down the firehouse, but, you know, the property taxes, that was addressed by the city manager. You know, I've been paying over $500 a month since I moved over there, 2006. And I've put in for a reassessment. I'm still paying $500 a month. They haven't adjusted my assessment on my home. I'd be willing to continue to pay the $500 a month if it's going to keep police officers on the force, firefighters, you know, in their shops. You know, the weed abatement problem. The reason why I brought that up, there's so many weeds in the rivers right now. And I was going to address that tonight with that community. We can't afford not to have firefighters with all the weeds around West Sacramento. So we need to keep firefighters, and we need to keep all the police officers on the streets as we can. And I'm here to tell you, I've heard it from a credible source, the criminal element in Sacramento is afraid to come to West Sac because of the police officers' reputation for being on top of their game. And I appreciate that. I want to retire here in West Sacramento. Actually, I live in Broderick. And I want to retire, and I want to feel safe. And it'd be a shame to cut any firefighters or police officers. Thank you.
Thanks, Frank. George Louis will be followed by Evelyn Ledesma. Yeah, Sean, if Mr. Perry can help. Who will be followed by Evelyn Ledesma and then Stacy Meyer.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is George Louis. I am a resident of the Newport Estate, and I live on Peachtree in West Sacramento. I have had 2 heart attacks, one June the 6th of last year, and the fire department responded and got me to UC Davis, and I stayed in intensive care for more than a week, and that was my 2nd heart attack. And I'm concerned about them closing down Fire Station 45 because it's around the corner from my house on Jefferson and Lake Washington. And what I'm really concerned about is I have seen the engines go over to River City High School numerous times, and even, you know, to the elementary school right off of Lake Washington. And the fire department, you know, they're great people, and I know quite a few of them, and I was there for their grand opening almost 3 years ago, and I think it would be a shame to do this, what I call a hatchet deal, and I only heard about this matter on the news last night, and with a flyer that was left at my door, and I think it's unfair to move on this so quickly without giving, you know, the public the right to comment and have some type of workshops and public input into this matter, because I think it's pretty scandalous just to come up and say we're going to cut this and give a person 24 hours notice that, you know, you're going to cut all these programs and everything. And I personally would finance myself the recall of any council members voting against the fire department and the police department. I would personally finance it. I don't know what my legal obligations or how much I could finance, but I am certainly in a position to do that. And that's all I have to say. Thank you and goodbye.
All right, thank you, Mr. Louis.
I think they're at the doors.
All right, Madam Clerk, if you could, when you have a moment, get the sergeant, or the council sergeant at arms. I'd like to have a quick conversation. Yes.
Yes.
Ledesma.
Good evening.
Who will be followed by Stacy Meyer, Mark Salvo, and Joyce DeVars.
Good evening, Mayor Cabaldon and members of the City Council. I'm going to read this. My name is Evelyn Ledesma, Administrative Analyst for the Police Department. Among other duties, my main responsibility is budget management. I have 23 years of dedicated service to the city of West Sacramento, and prior to incorporation, 6 years with the East Yolo Community Services District. During my tenure at the police department, I have assisted and worked with 4 police chiefs and 3 interim police chiefs. My oversight of the budget has assisted in the police department continually being within budget and many times under budget at the end of the fiscal year. I was informed last week that I am one of 4 non-sworn managers and 1 specialist professional employee in the police department who will be subject to a 20% reduction. In terms of seniority, I am the senior employee at the police department. As I hear the word seniority, I begin to ask, what does that mean? So I researched seniority in the workplace and found many definitions. From the Business Journal to a human resources policy manual, their definitions were similar. The 2 that struck me the most were these. In companies, seniority is considered one of the primary factors in rewarding the workforce. Employers want seasoned employees who know the ropes, understand their customers and the way the company works, and have been loyal throughout the ups and downs. Further, seniority must be balanced with performance, meaning employers need a way to honor those employees who are productive as well as those who have demonstrated their commitment to an employer over time. Mr. Mayor and City Council members, I am one of those employees. As a result of this 20% reduction in salary, I now have to choose between keeping my house or letting my son go to the Academy of Arts Institute in the fall. I am pleading to you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, and City Manager, to allow your employees the opportunity to formulate a plan that will be fair and equitable to all affected employees of this proposed budget plan, including those who will have their salaries reduced and laid off. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ledesma. Stacy Meyer, will be followed by Mark Salvo and Joyce DeVars.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Meyer, and I have been the crime analyst for the West Sacramento Police Department for the last 9 years. I was told last week if this budget is approved, I will be laid off effective June 30th, and my position will be completely eliminated. Out of the 7 civilian managers at the police department, I have the 2nd most years of seniority, and yet mine is the only management position scheduled to be laid off. In addition to a bachelor's degree, I have specialized training and am certified as a crime and intelligence analyst with the state of California. For the last 9 years, I have been committed to providing our officers with quality and timely information and have worked with the IT department to develop technological applications so officers have crucial information as well as photos of wanted parolees available 24/7. One of the results of losing my position as listed in the packet, and I quote, slower delivery of crime pattern information and decreased ability to direct law enforcement resources. The effect on the community will be more people victimized, thus more crime will occur before a series is even identified. I believe the community would prefer and deserves no less than having a series such as robberies, assaults, burglaries identified quickly and police resources directed appropriately rather than risking more and more victims. I am one of 2 webmasters at the police department and have designed the crime analysis section where citizens can see the latest crime trends and statistics. Mr. Mayor, in your State of the City address last week, you stated both our violent and property crimes were 40% lower than Sacramento. Those statistics comparing our crime rates to the surrounding cities were calculated and provided by me. I am also the staff member from the police department responsible for the implementation of West Sacramento's first ever crime map application, now on the city's website. It has been consistently verbalized within the police department and in the community that we are moving more and more towards intelligence-led policing. During my presentation last week at the community meeting, I discussed the purpose of crime analysis, went over the latest crime trends, and demonstrated the online tools available to citizens on the website. The community members were very receptive and seemed impressed with the progressive direction of the police department. I surveyed surrounding cities, and cities such as Woodland, Davis, Roseville, and Sacramento are retaining their crime analyst positions. As a matter of fact, Sacramento not only is retaining all of the crime analyst positions, they just added 3 additional. In lean times with less police officer positions being filled, we need to be more efficient, not less. In closing, I want to direct your attention to your guiding principles. Number 3 states, maintenance of basic service levels and the safety of the community will be the highest priorities. Although I am not a police officer, my job is vital to the safety of the officers as well as the community. I have been an exceptional and dedicated employee for 9 years, and I'm asking you to take a look at the personnel reductions being proposed at the police department. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Mark Salvo, Joyce DeVars, and Rick Taylor.
Mr. Mayor and gentlemen of the council, my name is Tom Martin. I was raised here in West Sacramento. I live out in Southport.
I just called on Mark Salvo.
Pardon?
I called on Mark Salvo,
Yes.
but that's Mark Salvo over there.
It's not your turn to speak.
It's not your
Tom.
turn, Tom, yet. I'm calling in the order of the cards.
Yes.
Oh,
I did have.
I'm calling in the order of the cards that were submitted.
Okay.
So this gentleman's next. Thank you, Tom. All right, Mark Salvo, Joyce DeVars, and then C. Rick Taylor.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and members of the public. My name is Mark Salvo, and I serve as the president of the West Sacramento Police Officers Association. I stand before you with 4 people facing layoffs from our association and one that will be affected due to bumping rights. These are line-level personnel that have a direct contact with the citizens of West Sacramento. The elimination of their jobs will result in a decrease in service from this police department. This association understands that the level of cuts that need to be made over the last week, and this association has worked creatively to develop alternatives. These people are slated to be affected under the chief's proposal, and we are simply saying that there are other ways to accomplish our part without such a dramatic decrease in the level of service to the citizens of West Sacramento. At this time, I'd like to introduce the employees proposed to be laid off under the chief's proposal. At the end, we have Ryan Fong. He's 30 years old. He's employed as a community service officer with the city for 3.5 years. He's married for 2 years. Last year, he handled over 1,000 calls for service and wrote 405 reports. He found out that he was being laid off 3 hours prior to giving the birth of his first child last week. Shalon Prasad, next to me, he's 36 years old. He's employed as a community service officer with the city for 3.5 years. He's married with 2 children, currently serving in the National Guard as a sergeant. He handled 933 calls for service in 2009 and wrote 352 reports. Shalon migrated from the island of Fiji in 2003, and he is fluent in Sikh, Hindi, Arabic, and Fijian, those languages. Renee Meyer, she's 47 years old. She's employed with the city as a police records technician for 6 years and has been a property evidence technician for 2. Renee is responsible for accurately processing the storage of over 500 items of evidence per month, among other duties. Kasha Arno is 34 years old. She's employed with the city of West Sacramento as a code enforcement officer for 2 years. She's a single mother of 2 children and the sole provider. In the last year, Kasha has handled 831 cases and dealt with over 1,750 code enforcement violations. And Julie Durrington, she's 48 years old, employed with the city of West Sacramento as a police records technician for 2 years. She's fully trained in records technician and processes on average 30 police reports per day. She's recently purchased her first home. Our association understands our part. What we are saying is that there are other ways to do it as opposed to laying off these line level personnel. And we have discussed these with you, and we would hope that you have considered them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salvo. Joyce DeVars, who will be followed by Rick Taylor, and then Fidel Martinez.
Good evening. My name's Joyce DeVars, and it's been a long time since I've been here, too. I was here 14 years ago about the wildlife on Linden and the elementary school and the safety of the children. Tonight, I'm here because I would like to be on record that I oppose cutting an additional 4 positions from the fire department. If this is done, it would put Engine 45 out of service 100% of the time. I would ask why you are not prioritizing these critical services above other cuts. When the state of California did their budget cuts, they exempted certain departments, health and safety providers, such as the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, because of the important health and safety services that they provide. In many emergencies, the fire department is the first responder, not the police. What does this proposed cut say about your priorities? When you make the cuts, it shouldn't be at the peril of the public's health and safety. These people risk their lives daily for the protection of our community, and yet you are willing to cut more positions to meet your budget needs. I was having heart attack symptoms, and my husband didn't think he could get me to Kaiser in time, so he turned around, called Station 45, and drove me there. Firemen were out waiting for me with emergency equipment. They called an ambulance, which was also waiting, took me immediately to Kaiser. This was crucial. What would happen in circumstances such as these, in addition to others, if the resources aren't readily available? There are enough shortages already in the health and safety system. Do not cut our fire department staff, whom we need so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rick Taylor will be followed by Fidel Martinez and Bill Lowell.
Gentlemen, I moved here in 2001. After retiring and moving around a little bit, I enjoy this city. I believe in it. I have lived in places where there were no firemen, no policemen. I've lived in places where there were volunteer firemen only, and I've lived in places where there were a mix of firemen. The loss of one person from any department of fire, police, or emergency medical services is a great loss to the city. I've lived near Station 45. I know that they put out a lot of calls from there, and the loss of that particular station would affect me directly. I live in a different station area, but if there's a call in my area, both stations respond. The loss of one crew could mean the loss of a life in a fire, or the loss of somebody with a medical emergency. I am a nurse. I have been a volunteer fireman, and I belong to the CERT organization. I just joined the third class. I believe that you need to keep all of the police department and all of the fire department personnel that you have now. I understand that it's costly, but it would be more costly to the community to lose these people. Thank you.
Thank you. Fidel Martinez will be followed by Bill Lowell, and then Tom Martin.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. I'm in a unique situation because I've been on both sides of the podium as the second mayor of West Sacramento, first City Council, 1986-87. What I'm here to tell you is I'm very, very proud of what the city's done. In 1986, when we voted for cityhood, in June of '86, East Yolo was known as the armpit of Yolo County, and we were disrespected by Sacramento. We have come a long way since 1986, and the City Council is partially, mostly responsible for that. We have to show a loyalty to our employees, and we have to show a loyalty to our citizens. There is no problem without a solution. Mr. Kristoff, you and I were on the first City Council. We worked sometimes till 2 o'clock in the morning at City Council meetings to work out problems. We made many terrible decisions that we had to make for the benefit of the city, but they were all beneficial for the city. You're going to have to work hard. Let's look at it from a positive angle. Let's look at it. I hate taxes, and everybody knows that. I'm willing to pay more taxes to get more service. We could have a measure S for service. If you want a jalopy, you pay for a jalopy. If you want a Cadillac, you pay for a Cadillac. Okay? You only get what you pay for. I don't want a jalopy city. I'm an attorney that goes to Sacramento all the time, and I remember prior to 1987, 89, and so forth, that they were constantly bad-mouthing West Sacramento. I'd go over there and say, there's an attorney from West Sacramento. Okay? And you know what? I'm proud. I'm proud of what they say about West Sacramento now. We don't want to any way depreciate this. Let's work on a positive attitude. Don't make any decisions tonight. You can't make any decisions. You can't lay 28 people off. You know, there's furloughs, there's how about a reduction in department head pay? We can do that, we'll start from there, 5%, 10%, whatever. What do you think, okay? There's too many solutions. Or we can have a combination of solutions. Mr. Beers, am I correct? You don't have to do one all-cure thing. You can do many things. Let's spend more time on it. Let's get more. Mr. Bonilla's right here. More time. And you know what? The only place I disagree with him, I will be proud of you folks, no matter what you do, and I'll tell you why. You're on there, you're giving up your time from your family, your kids, to be here. Am I right or am I wrong? All right? Because you love the city like I love the city. Don't let the citizens down. Work for the citizens. I know you don't get paid much, but it's still $300 a month. That's not a lot of money. But you know what? You're here because you love the city. I've been here over 60 years. I want to die in the city. I'm sorry we don't have a cemetery, so I can't say be buried here, but I want to die here. And I know 40% reduction in criminal activity. My God, how can you even think about reducing fire? You know, local control, emergency services, and keeping our tax money here. That's why we incorporated. I walk the precincts. Bill, you walk the precincts. You know, we did it for a reason. Let's not walk backwards. Let's walk forwards. You know, we are a premier city. And you said this, Mr. Cabaldo, Mayor Cabaldo, you said we're a premier city. It's because you guys work harder than everybody else. I'm proud to go to Woodland. I'm proud. You know, they look at our city hall and go, wow, you guys got it made over there. 2 seconds left. I love your job. You guys are doing a great job. Keep it up, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Okay, if we could please ask the sergeant, we're going to have to clear that room if we can't maintain some order. All right, Mr. Lowell will be followed by Tom Martin and then Pat Flint.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. William Lowell, West Sacramento, for the record. I don't know if I can follow that last presenter or not very well, but I'll give it a try. And we'll start off by stating that if fire station number 45 is closed, won't that increase response time for Southport area fires? And as someone else said before, that includes our high school. And let's see, if we had a Southport South Sacramento bridge, why, maybe that would help, but I don't know the way they've been cutting budgets on the other side. And West Sacramento doesn't have its own its own hospital yet. So let's see. And I'm still frustrated about Prop 13's 2/3 majority causing before a budget can be passed. And I still think Franchise Tax Board should audit all tax returns and quit turning their cheeks on those that are prepared by the professionals, and that would cause the state to get back over $6 billion a year. But that's not worth the governor's consideration. And quit allowing corporations to offshore their headquarters to avoid federal, state, and local taxes. And after that fire that killed those 4 little kids in Fairfield, I think the law should be changed to prevent such turnoffs of public utilities for non-payments. There should be, the insurance law should be changed. And I think your insurance people and your apartment owners and who knows how many else, I think that would be a very worthwhile move in that direction. And let's see, finally, I guess you could say if Fire Station 45 is closed, we should post Governor Arnold's picture on there, real large one, and mark it terminated by the Terminator.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lowell. Tom Martin, who'll be followed by Pat Flint, and then Sam Jarman.
Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Tom Martin. I live out here at, on the other side of the port. We have a great fire department. We spend millions of dollars on that station number 45. We have millions of dollars in equipment, and now we have a little crisis that the police department and the fire department must be the fat guys, so we're going to cut it there. Let me tell you, I think that we ought to look someplace else and maybe fire the the city manager and maybe the mayor, and let's see what we can do. I think we got a lot of fat right here without these guys. We spent thousands of dollars to train them. They put their time in to learn. They're probably more better trained and better firemen than they even have in Sacramento. Sacramento goes the same way after the fire department and the police department to trim it. We ought to look someplace else. I believe that we're going to lose some good men and also some good equipment if we start closing these fire departments. Now, I want to tell you something, that if we close number 45 and remove some of the equipment that we're talking about removing, the tanker, we have no fire hydrants on Allen or Hart. And I think you need probably a couple of miles of hose to put out a fire. You ought to start and think about what equipment, if you remove it from the station. But I believe that we could probably cut the fat someplace else instead of these guys that we've trained. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Pat Flint will be followed by Sam Jarman and then Marcia Mooney.
Can we have the light on or the camera on? Excuse me, this is how your Measure J and K funds are allocated. I'm up here to say I don't believe in layoffs. It's devastation to families. I also, you've heard me say up here many, many times, you cannot compromise public safety. I don't know how many times I can say that. I will refer to 03-63 resolution from Save Our City. In the resolution, the review process will favor those major Southport projects that have identified and agreed to participate in acceptable mechanisms for funding the necessary improvements, services such as roads, fire, police, and flood protection. I believe people in Southport are doing that. I believe developers have given the city the funds to fund those things. We will never go away. 03-63 will come back to haunt you. I will also say that in your strategic plan, Principle G, people feeling safe and secure. That's important to you. That's important to us. We must feel safe and secure and know that our services are there to provide for us. Getting to Measure J and K, it was sold to the public that we would fund out of Measure J and K public services, police, fire, school, after-school programs, before-school programs. Take a look at the other portion in the Measure K subject up there. The other portion, I'm not sure what it funds, but it's more than safety. In fact, safety is, public safety is 10% of the budget, or 7% of the budget. I don't know which one is. Actual expenses were 10%, actual allocations were 7%. Other is 14%. Parks and Recreation, 6%. Transportation, 72%. Surely there are ways you can pull funds from this Measure J and K that we pay for public safety. I have 52 seconds. I have so much to say and so little time to say it. I don't know if the city manager is taking a cut in pay, but you get paid a lot of money in this city. And I didn't see that in any of the budget documents that I went through today, and I spent a lot of time going through them, and I could be of help to you. I've been working on budgets for Washington Unified School District for years. Ask for volunteers, ask for public input. Do not act on anything tonight without public input. Thank you.
Sam Jarman, followed by Marcia Mooney, and then Wallace Enos.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I don't speak in public, so I'm a little nervous. The term first responders didn't exist when I was a child. And yet I grew up for the first 12 years of my life seeing the fire department come and save my father from 11 heart attacks. I grew up crawling on the living room floor, watching firemen beating on my father's chest to try to revive him so they could take him away to a hospital and have him survive. He died when he was 39 years old of his 11th heart attack. First responders mean a lot to me personally. I've lived in Southport for 20 years. I'm very, very proud of everything that's gone on in our city, the decisions the council has made, and how beautiful you've made our city. And I really appreciate our new fire department, and I would really hate to see it cut any more than it already has been. I know you've got very difficult decisions to make. I don't envy those decisions. I'm just pleased that hopefully you could try to consider that there's other children with parents that are going to be very dependent on those first responders. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcia Mooney, followed by Wallace Enos, and then Josh Hurley.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Marcia Mooney. I'm a business representative for Stationary Engineers Local 39. I'm speaking on behalf of the entire membership that I represent in the city of West Sacramento. And unlike your other speakers tonight, I can't introduce the 13 of my members that are intended to be cut as part of this budget. I clearly don't have time. We want to remind you, like all other employees in the city, and as mentioned in the city manager's report, the Local 39 employees sacrificed last year and continue to sacrifice. They are doing furloughs. We came to the table in a time when we did not have to come to the table and do that and offer that, and we have done that. You can imagine at this point what the thought of layoffs now is doing to morale. We understand there are tough times, but we think before layoffs you need to look at everything, no matter how small. There's a couple of issues in the budget that I think you should look at, and I agree that you should take more time to do so. One is that I didn't see in any of the budget reports a mention of using any reserves or what the reserves are in the city, and I think that needs to be looked at to save jobs. Secondly, I've given you a handout in regards to management cuts and industry standards. I know that you are cutting some management, but one issue that we are asking every city and county and all of our jurisdictions to look at is the industry standard for the span of management. There are several experts in the field that I've given you again the handout, and I don't mean supervisors, I mean managers, where their span of control should be between 15 to 20 subordinates per manager. I don't know what it is in the city of Sacramento, but I'm asking you to take a look at that as you're looking at cuts. While I know it's hard for you to cut police and fire, it appears the proposal has been well thought out. And unlike some of the people you were here to speak tonight, I know that you've looked at every area in the city and that the managers have done that, and it's not just police or fire cuts. It is full board and all the way. But this city is a full-service city and has many amenities for the public to enjoy. Police and fire are not the only thing. Many of my members work in jobs that are also safety, and if they're not safety, they're quality of life. And I know that you want a good quality of life in Sacramento, in West Sacramento, sorry. And you don't want to be like Sacramento, trust me. And we are asking that you take a good look at that. If you do not cut fire and police, that means more cuts out of the rank and file, the frontline people that do other services, and that would be a great disservice to these citizens. So we are asking you to review this budget proposal carefully and see what you can do to ensure to save rank and file positions that perform the frontline work. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Marcia. Wallace Enos, by Josh Hurley, and then Brian Whitney.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Wally Enos, President of the West Sacramento Firefighters Association, and a proud resident of West Sacramento. Family originally got here in 1892. So it probably puts us one of the oldest families still alive in this town. I'd like to thank the audience, those who attended tonight and want to speak on our behalf. Obviously, we're here to champion the cause of public protection. That's what we started with, and that's what we're going to end with. We need to refocus our commitments as a city on some of the projects we have slated. I stood before you about 10 years ago, letting you understand what we were up against at that time. People were moving in, our good friends and our neighbors, and we didn't have adequate protection. We needed the infrastructure built into that. You obviously went out, paid good money to have a report done from a third party only to quantify what we'd already told you. We need to look back on those days. I was here in the incorporation city. I worked for the fire department before we were a city. I championed the cause for a city. I did not know we were ever going to get to this point. Remember why cities incorporated in the first place like we did. It was for public safety. That was the message we all sent out there as we walked those precincts. It goes back to the start of time, you know, back to the Romans, back to forts, back to townships, and eventually cities. This is what people want. As you see my neighbors and my friends in here today, as well as people we alerted to the street because for some unfortunate reason, they were not notified. I had a couple of them tell me that you obviously have their address and utility bill, but nothing was put in those envelopes about what was going to happen. The firefighters spent their own money putting those flyers out on the street, paid for those signs, and donated our time to inform our special interest group, and that is the public. That's who we serve, and proudly do so. Remember, you all took an oath of office, so did your firefighters. And that we live 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. We practice it daily. Maybe that's why we remember it so well. Our call volume last year for 2009 was 6,881 calls, an increase of 14% since 2005. We are currently understaffed without these budget cuts. That station out there, Station 45, Engine 45, is only in service 40% of the time. This would take it out 100% of the time, according to the documents set forth by the city. What does that mean, extended response times? In our world, minutes, seconds are everything. There is no turning back the clock once it starts. If somebody's not breathing or that fire starts, we have to get there. 20% of our resources will be taken out. That's one engine company. We only have 5. We don't have a whole bunch. No backup for major alarms. That engine is used for multiple alarms or backup alarms. Nobody's notified the businesses or the city that an ISO rating, when they come back and rate us because it is driven by staffing, will increase. That'll increase your fire insurance rate, which will...
Mr. Enos, I'm going to have to cut you off.
I'm sure.
All right, thank you. Josh Hurley, will be followed by Brian Whitney and Steve Binns.
Good evening. My name is Josh Hurley, and I'm a captain with the fire department. I want to refresh our memories with what Captain Enos was talking about, the Citygate report done 5 years ago by an independent firm. At that time, the emphasis of the report was to identify the number, locations, and timing of fire stations in the Southport area. Let me remind you, at the time of this published report, Southport didn't look anything like it does now. Cal Sturz was not here. IKEA, Home Depot, Walmart were not here. West Capitol out here does not look like it did then. The top priority that came out of this report was that the city of West Sacramento needed a new fire station, that Engine 42 could not meet the requirements of the citizens in the Southport area. Station 42, that time standard of 5 minutes, which is set forth by our fire department, includes 1 minute of turnout time from dispatch to the arrival of an additional 4 minutes 95% of the time. That's why Engine 45 was put in service, because Engine 42 could not make those response times. 5 minutes becomes a pretty important number when we start talking about fires and heart attacks, deprivation of oxygen to the brain. A house or a room of fire in a house can be fully engulfed in less than 5 minutes, and the consequences are enormous. A person who has lack of oxygen to their brain due to a heart attack for more than 4 minutes suffers brain damage. Without Engine 45 at Lake Washington Boulevard, are we willing to take that 5-minute gamble? The justifications for closing Engine 45 is that we'll still have Truck 45 there in the fire station. That is true if they are not already responding to another call. Truck 45 is responsible for covering the entire city of West Sacramento, not just Southport. We have agreements with Sacramento City where they go downtown for the high rises. They're also required to go to the other communities of Yolo County. This demand for Truck 45 will take Truck 45 out of the Southport area, leaving no engine nor a truck in that area. With Engine 45 out of Lake Washington Boulevard, are we willing to take that gamble? I want to conclude tonight with the service implications that were listed here on page 27 of the department, of the report that was released on Friday. It basically said that there was 4 implications to the removal of Engine 45. Fewer overall resources to the city. That is 1. Number 2, a negative effect on customer service to the community. Number 3, increased response times. And buried below increased response times was your ISO rating may be affected. And when we talk about ISO, we all want to know that if that's affected, if response times go up, our insurance rates will go up too for the business owners and the residents of West Sacramento. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Early. Brian Whitney, be followed by Steve Benz and then Santino Viramontes.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Brian Whitney. I'm a member of the West Sacramento Fire Department. I'm here tonight to read a letter from a citizen of West Sacramento that could not make it. My name is Sharon Edwards. I have been a tax-paying citizen living in West Sacramento for nearly 40 years. I've been paralyzed for over 35 years. To say that I am familiar with the West Sacramento Fire Department is an understatement, particularly Lake Washington Fire Department. When I heard that over the last year the city had cut 4 positions from the Lake Washington Fire Department, I was terrified to think that I may be at risk. My first thought should have been the poor firefighters losing their jobs, but it wasn't. My first thought was that I may be affected. Being paralyzed, I do not have the means to move fast, and in the case of a fire, my life might very well be in jeopardy in the future. My life depends on firefighters having the right equipment to respond the fastest way. My biggest fear that is being voted on tonight is that the next time I fall out of my wheelchair, or the next time I break my leg, or the next time I can't breathe, my local fire department may not have the right equipment to respond in time. By the way, all those events I just mentioned happened within the last 2 years. Lake Washington Fire Department has saved my life more than once. I don't know if you sleep well at night, but I do, because I know that my fire department has the tools and personnel able to do the job right in a time-effective manner. Now, I have recently learned that tonight, once again, that all of you will vote to cut 4 more positions, putting Engine 45 completely out of service. When you vote tonight, I want you to remember who you are really affecting. The mayor and this council have a responsibility not only to the citizens that can help themselves, but to the handicapped and elderly who cannot. I will be the first to humbly admit that I don't understand everything, especially city budgets. But common sense tells me that before cutting costs with our local fire department, perhaps the city should turn the looking glass inward. For example, the need for statues and monuments are just one example of irresponsible spending and demonstrates a complete disregard to actual needs the citizens of West Sacramento. This council now has an opportunity to display intelligent decision-making, to show the people of West Sacramento that the city cares about its real needs. I don't leave my house very often, and I'm here in great pain to show my support for the Lake Washington Fire Department. As a retired state worker, I have a lot of time on my hands, and if this council votes to cut 4 more positions, I will write to every media platform to expose my concerns with this city's decision-making abilities, and I will exercise my voting power at the next election. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Steve Benz, followed by Santino Viramontes, and then Michael Ramirez.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Steve Benz. I'm a 4th-generation resident of this community. I grew up in Broderick and Brighton, currently reside in Southport. I'm a fire captain for this city as well. My career began 20 years ago as a reserve firefighter. And if you choose to shut down Engine 45, there will be 4 engines in this town, the same as there were 20 years ago when I started as a reserve. With the growth that we've experienced, both residentially and commercially over this time, I don't even know how that's an option. Also, as a member of the West Sacramento Fire Department, the first time I've heard of this engine being shut down was Friday morning when I began getting phone calls for some of my coworkers. With something as important as a fire engine to a community, I don't know how it's possible that someone from this city didn't approach us and try to find a way to resolve this. I'm hoping at the end of tonight you will choose to keep 45 open. Thank you.
Thank you. Santino Viramontes, followed by Michael Ramirez, and then Jose Garcia Jr.
Hello, my name is Santino Viramontes. I was raised here, been here since I was 7, so 30 years. I'm a fireman with the city of Sacramento. I kind of have an understanding of the goings-on with responses, mutual aid, and all that other stuff. I think it's crazy that you guys were doing that. I think you said earlier that it's going to be, if you close down Engine 45, that Station 45 would be just like the other stations where there would be an apparatus there. It's not the same type of apparatus. They do totally different things. To compare apples and apples, you're not. You're comparing oranges and apples, and you can't do that. That truck company was responsible for not only West Sacramento, but Sacramento, Yolo, and Davis, and they just go around everywhere. You can't expect them to act like an engine. You just can't. They're slower. Wear and tear on a truck is crazy high compared to an engine. And if you take that engine away from Southport, they'll have one engine in all of Southport. It's just not enough. With the expansion, the proposed expansion, everything else that's going on, it's just crazy. If you guys knew it the way we know it, you guys wouldn't even be thinking about it. So I just suggest 2 things. You let the public know, because we don't. I found out about it just like everybody else did, Friday, Monday, and look at the response that you have after 2 days worth of people just networking. If you actually educated people and educated your citizens, I guarantee you it'd be in the parking lot. This is crazy. You guys have no idea what you're doing. That's it. Thanks.
All right, Michael Ramirez, followed by Jose Garcia Jr., and then Jose Garcia Sr.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I'm going to read from my notes or else I'm going to get really sidetracked here. So I know what firsthand what inadequate fire protection looks like. Long response time, dangerous conditions for firefighters, higher insurance rates. All this means is less business to come to West Sacramento, higher property damage, and possibly higher death rate. Engine 45 covers a very large response zone. It covers one of the most important products out of West Sacramento. It's our children. At the high school, 3 other schools within a mile, and a 4th school within about 5 miles. The protection of the citizens needs to be priority of this council, no exceptions. Making any cuts to emergency services would be criminal, in my opinion. We are lucky for now to have the bravest firefighters. I know no one, including the council, wants to make any cuts, but cutting any fire department personnel is unacceptable. Call it what you want. You're reducing protection for the citizens of West Sacramento. The firefighters are doing the very best that they can with what they've got. Everyone should be proud. I am. If anything, it should be an increase. As a citizen of West Sacramento, I demand you do your part by not cutting the fire department and protecting us who live here within the city of West Sacramento. You talk about balancing the budget. Well, balance it with safety first. If a business burns or higher insurance rates and businesses leave town, who's going to pay your tax? And God forbid we have a riot at the high school and we don't have proper protection. Wait a minute, that already happened. I want to publicly thank the fire department for their sacrifice and their protection for us. And as the speaker said before, let's not walk backwards, let's walk forwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Jose Garcia Jr., followed by Jose Garcia Sr., and then Michelle Garcia.
Good evening. My name is Jose Garcia. I am here tonight to support the West Sacramento Fire Department. I'm 18 years old right now, but 8 years ago I was a 10-year-old, and my mother suffered a sudden cardiac death event. If it hadn't been for the brave actions of the firefighters and the quick response times, my mom would be dead. I want to emphasize the fact that it took about 3 minutes for the firefighters to get from Station 42 to my house. If it had been any longer, my mom would have brain damage right now or be dead. If fire services are cut, response times will go up. It's common sense. The decision you make tonight will determine the lives of others. I want to make this very clear. If it had not been for the quick response time, I would not have a mother. That would have had a huge impact on my life. If you choose to cut the fire services, I truly do believe you will cause a loss of life. Therefore, as a young adult and a newly registered voter, I will vote against anyone who votes against my firefighters. I ask you guys to please vote in favor of the firefighters. It really means a lot to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Jose Garcia Sr., followed by Michelle Garcia. They're both. Michelle Garcia. Okay, welcome.
My husband was supposed to speak, but he took my daughter. She was a little bit loud. So, hello, my name is Michelle Garcia, and I've been a resident of West Sacramento since 1999. 8 years ago, I collapsed and died on my kitchen floor. I know I'm choked up because my son went first. Okay, that was not good. About 3 minutes after a 911 call was placed by my son, the one that just spoke, my firefighters from Station 42 under Captain Littleton arrived on scene, started CPR, and defibrillated me and saved my life. I do not believe that the proposal to cut positions of our firefighters is a good choice because, quite frankly, I would not be here today if not for such a quick response time from Station 42. What will response times be if we have more citizens and we cut positions? Thank you to the West Sacramento Fire Department, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Ron Titus, we followed by Ed Helt, and then Joe Foch, or Potch, I'm sorry, some of the cards are difficult to read. So Ron Titus is first, and because of the Garcia family, I didn't read all three ahead. So if Mr. Titus is on his way up from downstairs.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I'm here supporting the firefighters. I had a personal issue myself a few years back where I could have lost my right ankle and leg. And the response time for these firefighters was just unbelievable because I truly believe their response time and their training is what saved my leg. And I just wanted to share this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ed Helt? Oh, Healy. Oh, that makes more sense. Okay. Ed Healy, followed by Joe Potch, and then Glenn Handel.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My name is Ed Healy. For the past 6 years, I worked for the City of West Sacramento full-time. I'd like to address your attention to one of the items that are targeted for reduction in size, and that is line number 22 in your report, which has to do with traffic transportation section. Briefly, our group there does a lot of the traffic analysis and studies, which supports the police department and the court system itself. I'm here to give a little bit of plug for you to consider not reducing the reduction of that particular group. I am one of those groups that will be downsized. I'm one of those members. We support not only planning, the CIP engineers, as well as the fire department and redevelopment in providing all this data information. You might consider ourselves, we're the grunts that provide that information. We do the truck route maps, which we recently just finished up for the truck drivers to blaze a trail through the city itself. In addition to that, I manage 3,500 streetlights. We oversee the traffic signals. We issue traffic transportation permits. So there's a large portion of technical support and data that is collected through this particular group. And I would like you to consider not to downsize this particular group. I want to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, Joe Potch, followed by Glenn Handel. Glenn? Okay, and then after Glenn will be Margia Jacobs, and then Rex Van Valkenburg.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Glenn Handel. I don't live in the city of West Sacramento, but my most precious asset, one of two, does, and she lives in 45's district. I have a 31-year history and experience as a division chief in a fire department in the Bay Area. I know fire operations very well. over 300 years ago, our forefathers, like Ben Franklin, made the same decision as you guys are making tonight. They made decisions that were responsible to the people. The people are here, and you can hear them outside. We're in the 21st century, and as earlier that was said, and some reiterated it, I believe it was the city manager who said, you can put a truck in there and it'll be just like everything else. That truck does not have water. It has no fundamental capability of having water on it. You had a structure fire just 2 blocks from that place, and there's no way that they can do a fire or interior fire attack with no water. He has been severely and irresponsibly informed about what the capabilities of that truck company does. That truck company is a subordinate piece of equipment to an engine company that is primary in every facet of the fire service throughout the world, not just West Sacramento. So before you make this decision, you need to really do your responsibility and due diligence and research what a truck company does. If that truck company has an interior fire attack, they're going to stand outside and wait. And we can sit here all night long to nauseam and talk about response times. There is no way, other than my brothers that have been in this room, have faced a house fire that has a fatal in it due to a lack of responsibility on somebody's part. I asked you guys, for her sake and my sake, to do the due diligence and do your research on what that truck company does. You have to do it. You cannot take 45 out of business. You cannot. Thank you.
Thank you. Margia Jacobs. Followed by Rex Van Valkenburg and then Ronald Davis. Welcome.
Hello, and thank you for letting me speak. My name is Margia Jacobs, and I'm a homeowner now, but have lived in West Sacramento, the same house I'm in, since 1962. And the old fire chief, Valine, lived next door to me, and he got a lot of the fire stations started just by his own muscle and work and time. But I'm calling on you guys to look at the fire and police as not even a part of the budget. They are first. They should not even be considered part of the budget. They should be number one and not last. The fire department takes excellent care of their equipment. I don't know about the police department, but I do know about the fire department. And they should be given top dollar. Our little community has grown immensely. That means you have more money coming in, but it's like a mother, if she buys diamonds and furs for herself and the kids go hungry, it's not good. So you have to start thinking of the people who vote for you, their safety, and know that every time we hear those sirens, we not only pray for the people who need those men that are coming to respond, men and women, but we're also praying for the men and women who respond. So please see that you fund fire and police first and not even consider cutting anything like that in our community, because it's growing and it needs more protection, more safety. And that's all I have to say today, except I do have a gift for the firemen of Station 41, if one of them would please see me. Thank you.
Thanks, Thanks, Margia. Rex Van Valkenburg will be followed by Ronald Davis and then Ann Jordan.
Good evening, Mayor Cabaldon and fellow councilmen. It's been a while since we chatted. I want to talk a little bit about politics and big business or capitalism. Because it seems like in this country, it's always the capitalism, big business, that they add the fat and cut the muscle. And politics does the same thing. For example, Walmart, you mentioned a while ago, we have Walmart here, and they came to us about 2 years ago. Did you know that the 4 children that inherited the company from Sam Walton, they make $17 billion apiece? That's some $68 billion that they make annually. What would be wrong with this proposal? Maybe writing them a letter and asking them to fund these jobs for, say, a year. And at the end of that year, if we're still in the same position, write another letter and ask them to give up some of their $17 billion apiece. There's another alternative we could take. We could remove some top-paying city jobs and maybe fund some of the jobs of the firefighters and the police. After all, when you think about it, if my house is getting robbed or it starts on fire, there's not going to be any city people come to take care of that or help me out. Thank you.
Thank you. Ronald Davis, followed by Ann Jordan, and then Janice Villanueva.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening to the rest of the city council members. Thank you for your time and attention. My name is Ronald Davis. I'm a citizen here in West Sacramento. Not only that, but I'm also a firefighter within the city of Richmond. I am hoping to offer another perspective tonight. I know exactly what happens when cities choose to close stations and lay off firefighters due to lack of funds. I was a victim of layoffs and station closures in my own department. The issue up for vote tonight drastically affects my family and friends, the citizens of West Sacramento, as well as my brothers and sisters that serve our community every day. Closing firehouses and laying off firefighters puts all of us at great risk. When 911 is called for help, we want all these trained men and women there within 6 minutes or less, the industry standard response time. No one wants to hear that the closest station is closed. The citizens of Richmond did not like hearing their stations were closed, and I am positive that the citizens of West Sacramento will not like it either. Closing a station that may not seem crucial does a lot more than save money. It increases response times. That's a proven fact. In a normal residential home, a fire doubles in size every minute. That means in less than 5 minutes, any house will be fully engulfed in fire. 4 minutes is a possible difference between arranging for smoke damage cleanup and wondering how you will ever replace your wedding and baby photos. And as devastating as losing your home is, medical calls have even less forgiving consequences. 4 minutes is the difference between visiting your dad in the hospital and planning his funeral. Closing fire stations is not the answer. While trimming a few bucks off your budget, slashing a fire department in the process destroys a community. The community quickly becomes wary of the fire department. This will cost us taxpayers, your constituents, more money in insurance premiums of our homes that already have upside down loans, as it increases in the number in the ISO rating system. And finally, it destroys our trust in you, those we voted for to safeguard our community. This is no longer a backroom deal. This is no longer a quick and easy fix. Should you choose to ignore all of us here tonight and those that do not know and are not here, the community will know exactly where it stands with you, and we will be much more careful when voting for our next safeguards. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ann Jordan will be followed by Janice Villanueva, and then Polly Harris.
Good evening. Thank you very much. I'm a new resident of West Sacramento. I represent your new source of revenue. I live in your community. I buy products here. So I want to have an opinion here. I do not know everything about it. But West Sacramento has an amazing infrastructure. If you're going to continue to invite people there, invest in yourself. I do have an opinion on one thing. You have a very hard decision. You have to deal with competing priorities, limited resources, maybe even a dismal future in terms of how much revenue will be coming your way. What I am here to tell you is, in addition to the face of the people, there are services that you have to take a look at. And you do have to make those decisions on priorities. Not all services are equal. I want to voice my concern regarding the proposed closure, basically taking out of service the engine at the Lake Washington Fire Station. It's near my house. Yes, I'm that house around the corner. Based on the metric information provided me by the fire station, it appears that this closure will result in doubling the estimated response time frame under optimal conditions and it has a potential for even longer response times if the nearest equipment is out of the area. This is compounded by whether the responding vehicle carries water, such as the engine that is proposed for elimination. I've been informed that this closure follows a previous reduction in service in the name of cost savings. As I said, I am new to West Sacramento, and one reason for selecting my home's location was the proximity to that fire station. The current approach to eliminate the engine introduces, for me, an unacceptable level of risk for my home. I know West Sacramento is facing significant funding issues. It's a challenge, but it is my belief that the key community safety functions should not be compromised. Respectfully, I suggest that the council take more time. Look a little harder to develop its cost containment strategies, but don't take too long. It is important that you act soon. Although it's difficult to manage, I would prefer a different approach. Please consider an option for maybe even partial closures on a rotational basis. This would maintain the resource while spreading the decreased coverage risk around the community. I understand that this would require further analysis to implement. And again, I understand the need for cost containment. It's just that I wish that you not eliminate a critical public safety service. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Janice Villanueva, we followed by Polly Harris.
Hello, my name is Janice Villanueva, this is Tina Villanueva, and this is Danielle Ritter. We are Mile Preschool. We are also one of 6 private providers who offer Up for West Sac, which is a program that offers free preschool for the 4-year-olds that reside in West Sacramento, which means that we are responsible for caring for and teaching hundreds of children that live in the Southport area. As mothers and educators and business owners, we are not very comfortable with this cutback whatsoever. We, as Mile Preschool, serve, take care, and are responsible for 96 children per day. With that said, we are given promises to these families to take care of their children and to provide the safest environment for their children, which means that we need to work as a team with the firefighters here. In case of an emergency, we feel very confident that they can come out in a response time between 1 to 5 minutes. But due to these cutbacks, they will not approach our facility within the 1 to 5 minute protocol. They would be delayed up to 15 minutes, and that can be a life or death situation for these young children. We cannot sleep well at night knowing that we have promised 96 families that we would provide the safest and utmost secure facility for these children. 96 children we are responsible for. We cannot do this alone without these firefighters. It takes a village to raise these children, and we need the village of these firefighters. Thank you.
All right, Polly Harris. Be followed by Patrick Treadwell.
Polly won't be speaking.
She will not. All right. Then Patrick Treadwell. Be followed by Paulette Quam.
Good evening, Mayor. My name is Pat Treadwell. It's a pleasure to speak to you and the council. My name is Pat Treadwell. It's a pleasure to talk to the mayor and the council. City Manager Toby Ross, I think you're all doing an excellent job. We need to find a solution. I don't know whether it's a fee per call for the fire, police. I think we should be adding police and not cutting fire. Things are getting worse. We want to be safe. I have had the unfortunate experience of shooting a burglar.
It's not pleasant. No one wants that. Let's raise money, bonds. I'm willing to buy bonds for the city of West Sacramento. I think the people who want to be safe should be able to speak with their wallet. So let's try to raise money however we can. I think all of you do not want to do anything to hurt West Sacramento. You've done too much. Let's not go backwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Treadwell. And Paulette Quam?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, fellow councilmen.
Paulette, since the microphone is especially important because of the overflow, maybe if the button to the side that would bring the microphone
Or just pull
closer
it
to
down.
you. Or just pull it by hand if that's easier.
How about if I hold it? Is
Okay,
that
great.
better?
Yeah, thanks. It's just easier for the folks downstairs, as you know, and the folks at home to hear.
And out there, you can't hear the
Yes.
volumes up all the way. Anyway, thank you for your time. I'm here to ask you, as everyone has prior to me, to please save Engine 45. It's most crucial to Southport and to all of West Sacramento. We just cannot afford to risk losing any fire. Police is also very important for the community. I don't want to talk about the city manager or other managers, but there are a lot of management positions that could volunteer to cut a little bit of their pay maybe to offset the revenue loss. Other people have also said about fire insurance rates increasing. That would affect all of us. Everyone is suffering with the economy, and I know our city's trying their very best. I know you gentlemen are looking very hard at all the options, but I'm here to plead for the sake of all of us individuals here that live in Southport and in West Sacramento and have grown up with the city to please look at other ways to save some revenue and save our fire department especially. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulette. All right, that's the last of the requests to speak on this item. Before we turn to the city manager for any responses, although we're going to move to the fire item as we go through the details of the budget. So I would prefer that the city manager confine your comments in response to the public testimony to the overarching issues that have been raised. But I want to begin by thanking all the folks in the community who've come forward tonight to offer your opinion, share the pain that we're all going through trying to deal with this, to tell us your own personal stories, your experiences with the city or working for the city, and helping us grapple with some very challenging issues. Although there are no easy answers, and we have had no opportunity yet to discuss it ourselves. This is our first impression on this as well. That the input about what matters and what the core values and priorities are central to the discussions up here as we try to continue the significant success that we've had as a city. I mean, I think a lot of folks mention how far West Sacramento has come and how well it's respected in the region as one of the best managed cities in the region. And so I appreciate those who said, we know you're not trying to make bad decisions for the city. We know you're not stupid because we wouldn't be in this place that we are today if that weren't the case. We're in this together. We're trying to find a path, the best path out of many poor choices that are available to the community tonight. And so we appreciate the advice and the input. Even if a vote is taken tonight on all of these or some subset of the more than 100 recommendations to contain costs that the city manager has made, it's not the end of the line. It won't be. Even if all 100 were approved, there's more that's going to have to be done. And simply because an action is approved doesn't mean that we can't continue to look for alternatives. So regardless of what occurs this evening and what actions are taken, this isn't the end of the conversation. It is step one of many that are going to have to be taken to ensure not just our basic fiscal solvency, but we want to come out of this fiscal crisis. We want to lead the region again in economic development and growth so that we can not only restore the cuts that we're talking about this evening, but continue to improve the quality of life and security and safety in our community. And that's going to take significant levels of continued investment into the future. So with that, let me turn it to the city manager and ask you for any overview comments based on the public testimony that we've heard.
I didn't hear any specific questions that required clarification. I did hear substantial sentiment and concern about the whole issue of public safety, most particularly fire safety, but also there was frequent mention of police. I thought it would be useful to just characterize in relative terms what we're talking about here. The police and fire are supported by the general fund. Those are your typical property and sales tax as the principal sources of revenue. If you take the departmental functions that are supported by the general fund, 75% of those go to public safety, police and fire combined. And so when you're dealing with trying to capture $4.5 to $5 million, when you have 75% of that being police and fire, it's very hard to approach solving that problem without addressing some issue in police and fire. It's simply almost impossible to deal with because it's such an overwhelming portion of the public, the general fund. That's a difficult concept. People don't understand why we can't use other sources of funding, but we're prohibited in many instances from using other sources. We have not proposed in this instance major revenue sources such as a tax measure. That is always a possibility, but it's difficult in the context of having recently approved a sales tax measure, and that really limits our capacity to go back to the public. But I think with that, I would defer to the council for any additional direction or questions you might have.
All right, are there non-departmental questions at this time for the city manager, Mayor Pro Tem Villegas?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Toby, could you, one of the comments this evening was that folks found out about, and the represented groups found out about the budget Friday or Saturday over the weekend. Can you just generally explain how we've come to this evening with what's being recommended in terms of who makes those recommendations and how folks become aware of them prior to this evening?
Yes, we've been involved in developing issues or developing solutions to this issue over the last 4 months, and we have communicated generally with all of the bargaining units and all of the employees over that period of time. We have not specifically communicated who might be laid off and which positions would be laid off until we were in a position to make a comprehensive recommendation. And so that's, I think, what they're referring to, not to the general concept that we were struggling and had to make some difficult budget decisions, but the specific budget decisions that were being recommended.
And if I can just follow up real quickly, Mr. Mayor, but these recommendations are not made by, they're made by people who represent the respective departments, police
Absolutely.
and fire, who are in charge of those agencies, who I think, for all intents and purposes, come to the conclusion that they have with the recommendations,
right,
including yourself.
All the recommendations you find come from the various departments. That's not to say that they're recommended because they like to do this. Right. They're trying to address a critical problem of lack of revenue. But yes, these do come from the, for example, in fire, from the fire management system.
Okay. If there's nothing further,
I have
Mr.
a
Christoph.
Hey, Toby, under the non-departmental, because I know we're going to go through them department by department. A number of years ago, Measure J and K asked the community to support child services like daycare and preschool and that sort of things. And we made a commitment in order to spend those tax dollars there, which we do. And that's, I think you have to adhere to that thing. Are there any general fund monies that are used in the preschool, like First Five or or any of the other programs that weren't really targeted under Measure J&K that could possibly be used for other departments?
Those programs are funded by Up for West Sacramento, the First 5 YOLO, First 5 California, and in fact, a portion of the support services in the general fund are paid for out of those services. So there's actually $35,000 or so that comes back to the city to support our operations from those. But no, there aren't other program or other contributions at this point from the general fund to do those.
So in essence, they come from grants or some other funding sources?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Beers.
Yeah, Toby, one of the other issues that was raised earlier this evening had to do with city reserves. Would you comment on where we are in terms of reserves and as policy up till now, how we have managed the reserves?
The city council has policies with respect to reserves, and the current policy, for example, with respect to the general fund, which affects most of what we're talking about this evening, is that we would seek to achieve a 20% reserve. That's basically 20% of the annual operating of a department would be available in reserves, and that's to deal with unforeseen circumstances as we have experienced over the last few years. We're not at 20%, but we're fully funded above the 15% level in progressing to 20%.
Just to follow up, and again, just so that we get all the information out on the table, while we have this known budget issue based essentially on lower property tax and reduction in property taxes, there's another big issue hanging out there, and that's our state government, because they've got a huge budget problem, and it won't be the first time that they've solved some of it at the local level. So we actually have an unknown impact out there at this time, because we don't know what the state will do in their budget process. We know what they've done in the past, and they really don't seem to have because they don't get to have this kind of meeting face-to-face with the public and direct service issues. To me, that's one of the reasons we maintain a certain level of reserve, because there's a lot of things we can't control.
And you're right about that. We do know that this state will take an additional $1.5 million next year from redevelopment, and they've took $6.4 million this year. But we don't know what additional money they will take or could take.
Well,
and we have not planned for any additional beyond what we know.
Right, and there's a history. I mean, if they take money from counties, then they raise booking fees. I mean, there's a cause and effect to a lot. I just want to make sure everybody understands. We're talking about what we know today. We still have some unknown issues out there that are imminent that we have to be aware of. And I just wanted to get, because the issue of reserves was raised, and I do want to make sure that we understand as a public body what we have to do with reserves. If you spend all your reserves and then you hit one of these unknown issues, then you have a deeper problem. And I just want to get that out on the table.
Yeah, and if the economic recovery had started a year ago, and we could forecast with some certainty that the tax revenues would rebound next year. So if we knew this was just a one-year problem, then it would be appropriate to do two things. One is to expend a portion of our reserves, because this would be the sort of rainy day, not rainy year or 10 years or however long this is going to be, challenge. And we could continue to do approaches like the furloughs and the sort of stopgap measures. But furloughs and reserve drawdowns as a long-term strategy are highly risky for the reasons that you've described, and they erode all of our services equally. There's no priority setting at all when you just implement furloughs, which is why we've determined that's not a viable long-term strategy, to just say, okay, now take 10 days off a month or 15 days off a month. That's no way to run the basic services that we have. Mr. Kristoff?
Toby, I know that we have a number of people that work for the city that are at least 50 years of age, and we've sent each one of those individuals a letter because normally people that of that age have some longevity and things like that. And I'm sort of getting to where I think the mayor was headed at one point, and if a number of those people respond, then what happens to, and if we make some decisions today, how does additional people retiring, how does it correspond with getting these people back in and plugged into the system so that either one, they're not laid off, or number two, that they're hired back very quickly?
You make an excellent point. We have a program to encourage people who are eligible for retirement to do so, and those voluntary retirements could generate some net revenue for the city, and we're anticipating that it actually will. We hope that it will. And that unfortunately, we won't have that information finally resolved until the latter part of June. If we generate the kind of revenue that would give us some cushion, then we would be able to use that in a variety of ways, including the possibility of some of the people who may have been identified for layoff could be either brought back immediately or are actually not laid off at all. And we would hope that that would happen to some degree, but it's very difficult at this stage to rely on that. But we would be watching that very carefully. There are also, we anticipate some of the people who will want to do that will want to let us know early on. And if that's the case, then we'll have a preview of that. And so there might be savings that we could start to target. And we would anticipate the council providing some direction on how we might target that in terms of reducing some of the impacts that we've identified.
I guess one of the reasons I ask that too is because a lot of the people in police and fire are young people. They're younger, and so I'd like to make sure that if there are additional people that do retire, that it just doesn't go by department where they retired from. We need to really sort of set some priorities and that sort of thing.
That's an excellent point. It wouldn't be just dependent on where they retired. Okay. Certainly, if somebody retired in a department,
I understand
that would could help adjust this. But no, any savings would be available to deal with according to the funds they came from and applied to the appropriate funds.
Okay. All right, Mr. Johannesson.
Yeah, Toby, one of the issues I'd like to take a look at some point here would be double dipping. I know that's been an issue in a number of other cities. Basically, if I'm correct, what happens is somebody who retires comes back and works, and in this situation, we potentially could be losing someone younger to keep these people. And I'm not sure. I'd like to make sure that we're preserving workforce that hasn't retired yet, and they're not the first to let go, then the people that are already retired and working. So I don't know to the extent of the workforce is like that. I understand it's probably in existence. But when you're going through these things, I'd appreciate taking a look at that as well.
Among the recommendations is the elimination of some funding for retired annuitants, for example, and that would be a category of people who have retired and were continuing to receive income, and for the most part that's been eliminated. There are other examples. We probably have a fair number of examples in the organization of people who may have retired from the military, for example, and have a retirement there. It's probably not a livable retirement.
Mr. Kristoff?
Yeah, I guess I'd just sort of like to make a comment to the public also, and that is, it's sort of interesting because this is probably one of the most, it is the most. I've been on the council for a while, and this is probably the most difficult decision that I've ever had to make, and there hadn't been a decision on this council that I haven't at least been part of. as far as the city, inception of the city. I had a number of people ask me, I saw some people at the store and I saw some people at LeBou's, and a number of people asked me, well, where did the money go? Where did you spend it? And I looked at him, I said, well, it wasn't the issue of spending money, is we didn't get it. It's because the county held back because of the assessments as far as our homes are concerned. My home went down in assessment, and I was glad for it, but at the same time, I realized the ramifications that it has. And that's happening to literally thousands of homes in our city today. And then it's like our city manager, Toby Ross, said earlier, that the other shoe really hasn't fallen as hard as it will fall, and that is our businesses. Commercial businesses have all asked to have their properties reassessed. Industrial businesses have asked to have their properties reassessed. And there's some special tax implications, and there's some special rules for those folks as far as the longevity and the amounts of times and everything. So that could really be very, very damaging. And I think, like all of you also, one of the things that is very, very concerning about this last cycle, so to speak, and that is when we've gone through recessions and we've gone through some difficult times, I think we as a community could at least sort of see the light at the end of the tunnel. We could see, hey, in a couple years, I think that this is going to pass, or in a year it's going to pass. With the ones that we're going through today, and we have been for the last couple of years, the scary part for me is I can't see the end of it. I cannot see the end of that damn tunnel yet. And so I don't know where we are going to be even a year from today in this room. I don't know. But, I've got to try to make the decisions that I think the whole council will. And I know we're all struggling with it. Make the decisions that can last, in essence, long term, so that there is some sustainability years out. But right now, I can't, the real petrifying, scary thing to me is I don't know where it's going to end. I can't find the end of it yet. And I don't think there's anybody out there that knows. You listen to all the TV channels and procrastinators and all the other kinds of people, and they don't know either. They're guessing. So, but I just wanted to say that just to sort of set the stage for what we're going to do.
Yeah, this is the challenge. I mean, as the city manager said, one of the reasons the legislature never can adopt a budget is because they draw these lines in the sand that can't be crossed, and we can't do that. We have to adopt a budget. We have to make our payroll. We have to make sure that there's basic services provided. And over the last 2 years, if we've had to cut 12 or 15% last year out of the general fund and another 13% of the general fund this year, that's about a quarter of the general fund. Well, as the city manager said, the non-police and fire part of our budget is a quarter of the general fund. And it's simply irresponsible to completely eliminate. The only way to make those two departments completely protected from all cuts is to say, we're just not going to have a flood protection program. We're not going to repair any streets ever. And I know no one wants that. It's just that we don't have those, some of those cuts aren't as obvious. And the levy doesn't come to your house. You just expect that it's going to be there. And we've got to make sure that all of those basic core services for safety and security in the community are protected in some way. So whether it's we're going to get into the details of whether this decision is the right one or that decision or this decision or that decision, but we can't simply take the position here that there will be absolutely no cuts to police and fire and they will all be made in the remaining 2 or 3 parts of the general fund. It just can't, there's not enough money in those parts of the general fund for us to continue to meet those other obligations that we have either legally or to the basic safety and security of the community. Mr. Beers?
Yeah, this is going to be, I think, an awkward discussion because, we all have a lot that we want to say and we need to put it in context. As we go through the next sections, though, one of the things that I I want to get out to the audience is this is the first public hearing. I mean, there's a lot of complaints we haven't had a public hearing. Well, this is the start of that process. Internally, a report was developed, work was done. Today is the fruition of that proposal, and public is encouraged. I mean, the passion that was presented tonight is encouraging. I mean, you know, we need as a community to look and solve these problems. You know, just personally, I think the connotation of threats with the discussion was unnecessary, but some people get passionate and they just have to say that. So, you know, fine, that goes without saying. But there were some discussion, you know, there were some items, Toby, that were represented that within the proposals, there was recognition. In fact, I was, you know, appreciative of the police department saying, we know you have to make cuts, but there may be other ways to get to this level that you haven't looked at yet. And so one of the things that in my mind I want to be sure as we go through each of these departments is that we, while it would be nice in one respect for you to administer a set of decisions, there may be some opportunities that we ought to open up that piece of the process too. And so I just want to be sure as we go through there, if we can identify a process maybe, it'd have to be, you know, very quick, because the big issue here is the longer we delay making appropriate decisions, then the compounding of that problem becomes worse, you know, as the further you get into the fiscal year. So I just want to be sure as we go through, I'm going to be looking at different places where we maybe have to pull people together quickly, and I certainly, as one council member, would give more of my time to additional meetings if that was necessary to keep things on track. But I just wanted to be sure that that's not left out as we discuss each of these departments, that we maybe don't have every answer, or there may be some alternatives that employees presented with this could also put on the table.
Excellent point. I think I heard, at least from the POA, a suggestion that maybe they had ideas that they'd like to discuss, and I think we have time to do that. As you said, not a tremendous amount of time, but we do have time.
Okay, thank you.
Right. All right, so we're going to now move to department by department in the order that's in the attachments. So beginning with the city manager's office. So we have 13 items in this list, and we're not going through each item unless members of the council flag any. So, Mr. Johannesson?
Yeah, Toby, on this list, I'm generally okay with the way it's presented by staff. I would want to comment on it's CM6, community relations. This would be one area that we might want to look at more collaboration with nonprofits. This is basically a reduction or elimination of special events. There's a number of nonprofits in town that are doing a number of different things that we might get to the same point without city money. And on CM7, which is City Lights newsletter reduced to 3 times a year, you know, again, using technology and having it through email subscription, something along that line, some way to still provide it. I know there's a cost to have the layout and that type of thing, but this could be an area that we could provide something more regular, because part of the problem with the city is notice is always an issue. Every time we have a big issue, it's there hasn't been enough outreach. So I think it's really important that the city continue to go overboard in notifying people of what's happening in the city and city events. And more people are getting on the internet, and I think this is an inexpensive way to do it. And so my suggestion is to keep it in here, but we'll continue to look at ways to provide these services at a more effective cost.
Right. I mean, I think the only challenge we face in that regard is the staffing, right? Because the main people that have been involved in production of those are both being proposed for 50% reductions. And so I certainly concur. I think what you've listed here are the hard costs of those, but the personnel costs involved in making the content and all of that is cut 50% in the proposal as well. So
that's correct.
To pay attention. Mr. Kristoff?
No, I mean, I think that, Toby, you've done a good job as far as city manager budget goes, as far as the savings, and I probably really wouldn't change anything. You know, if some people want to, you know, take a look at finding a creative way for special events or for city lights, then that's fine. But I would just as soon make sure that we take that $20-something thousand and put it off to the side over here and say, okay, that's going to be reduced. But if we can find additional ways to increase that, then that's monies that I think we can also try to find so that we can bring back an employee rather than some kind of a service.
Are there other comments on the city manager budget?
Well, I think as we go through each one of these, we should identify what % cut each department's taking. So the city manager's office is taking a 19% cut in this proposal.
That's correct.
Yeah, they're well over $500,000.
Right.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas?
Yeah, I'm fine with Bill's recommendation to look at look at ways of reducing the cost associated with that information getting distributed. And it's unfortunate. I think that's probably one of the ways in which a lot of people get good information is by reading that newsletter. Part of a testimony this evening is maybe the lack of information sometimes getting distributed, but I'm willing to look at that as well. I think that makes sense.
Okay. I know, I agree with the proposals that are here. I am concerned about our ability to do the sort of constituent service and response that's traditionally been in your office with either the assistant to the city manager, the deputy city manager, the position of which is being eliminated. I think that makes sense, but we're likely to get many more constituent inquiries about services and other issues because of all the array of actions that we're taking and that are likely to come to your office and ours. And so we're going to need some way to effectively manage those responses and inquiries in light of not having that, no one in those positions any longer. Mr. Johannesson?
Yeah, my understanding is we'll still have Access West Sacramento, though. That will still be in place, which is an internet facility where you can actually go in and put in a question or comment. And we'll still be able to, I think, allocate that to staff to a certain extent and have responses. It could be that the response may be a little bit slower, but we still have the basic structure set up to do that.
I guess what I'm describing is so Access West Sac allows you to say this service is not working properly, or this needs to get this street light's out, or what have you. But the challenge is going to be that we're actually going to be able to respond to fewer, and so they will escalate more to folks who are unhappy. They'll turn into more difficult calls than are sometimes handled at the departmental level. So I certainly agree. We have the technology for the frontline level of customer service issues and complaints and suggestions. But it's traditionally been in this role where you've sort of had those issues that are highly complex or controversial or that involve high levels of emotion, for example. So those will still be coming, and probably even more so because of the reductions in services that are being proposed across the board. So that's my only point.
Clarification as well.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in a clarification, I think one of the comments, testimony this evening about the city manager's office not taking cuts, I forget how it was phrased. So just so that I understand, Mr. City Manager, so currently it's 8 days that your office is taking. You're adding an additional 2 days. Is that the CM13 item? Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Which affects everyone's pay.
That's
yes, it does affect people's pay.
Right. Okay. All right.
Everyone in the city manager's office.
Yes.
That's right. All right. Great. Thank you.
All right. Are there other questions or comments on city manager or community development?
Yeah. I don't know which ones.
The community development it's a very, very tricky one. And the reason it is so tricky is because at one point, community development was the biggest department that, one of the biggest departments that we had, generated, it was all your planning and all your development activities and everything, and now since they've, since there isn't any of that going on, it really affects the department, and they take a huge hit, $3 million. So it's, I mean, I really don't have any issues as far as what the Community Development Department is doing. So, I mean, I know it's a large hit, and I know we're losing some critical people. But nothing really jumped out at me.
Mr. Johannes.
Yeah, I think, Toby, on this one, it's more, well, for one thing, the $1.022 million for reduction operation maintenance account, it's not really clear. The service implication is significant in all areas. It really hasn't identified where, what that impact is. But that's one question. The other is we actually had this discussion at the State of the City. The mayor actually brought it up in his speech is the momentum that we've had here and how important it is to keep the momentum up. Because, my concern is that if we retract so much that we're not going to be able to take advantage of the economic recovery that's actually going to be able to get us out of this. So, I'd like to be real careful about just putting the brakes on. I think we're going to need to keep things moving, because I know we've got things going on in the Bridge District. We've got, we still got to finish out what's in front of this place. But, to try to look at things that, that strategically we need to do at lesser cost, but we're still keeping things moving. So I think that's properly within this category of cuts.
I think if I understand what you're saying, you're concerned that we not overshoot the mark. I think in this instance, it is substantial cuts. It does represent reductions in service, but we don't see any alternatives. The Community Development Fund, we attempt to have function largely outside of the demands on the general fund, and so there really isn't anything to reach, especially now that redevelopment is so constrained. So we are proposing substantial cuts. We think that they're targeted and measured so that the customer might be slightly inconvenienced, but will still be able to receive the services they require. And we are preserving capacity within the economic development function so that we can provide excellent service to prospective employers.
Mr. Beers.
Yeah, Toby, this would be one area where if you could have somebody take this over to the Chamber of Commerce and walk through all of this with the business community, just as a more informed discussion, getting their input. It does two things. One, it just alerts them to these kinds of changes so they can discuss it with their members, and then also seeking any alternatives they might see, with relation to these more focused business implications to these.
Thank you. We did actually meet with the Chamber, and their executive board reviewed these proposals, and while they had some reservations, they understood the context and were largely supportive.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Other questions or comments on the community development budget?
Well, I just want to make another comment, and this is for the folks in the audience. The issues in this particular item largely do not impact the concerns that we've heard tonight about fire and police, in particular, public safety. The funds that are here are generated from work activities. They're not actually tax-driven for the most part, and so this isn't a potential place to find a savings that you could use somewhere else in the general fund. And while that may be obvious to some people, I just want to make sure everyone realizes that as we look through some of these numbers, they actually are part of our budget, but we can't use them, and somebody can't say, gee, why can't you cut that department more? Because that's a higher priority to me, is fire. And I just want people to understand, in the context of these, we can't make, some of these decisions don't work because simply the money isn't really there. So.
All right, good point. I think you've done a good job in the proposal on this department in focusing on the issue that Mr. Johannesson raised, which I think is really a critical one, and that is our ability to generate economic activity, keep people employed, to generate tax revenues, and to keep our local economy not just strong now, but keep the momentum that we need to be able to bounce back, and not protection, but the trying to deal with the economic development portion of the department is an important priority. So I think that accomplishes that in an important way. This is hard. I mean, I think this is the department with the largest number of proposed layoffs. It's significant, but it is related to the direct amount of development activity that we're experiencing. So. And this isn't a department. I know we had a couple comments about cutting top-level city jobs in the city. We have some of those proposed, but not very many, because that is such a good idea, and that we did that last year, right? So this department exists where there used to be 3 departments, and to be perfectly blunt, 2 of our most expensive city executives took early retirements last year, so that we could achieve that savings last year. So we don't have as many of those top city jobs left any longer, because we went after those savings last year, which is how we were one of only 2 cities in the entire region that didn't make any layoffs last year because of those cuts. So this department is large in part because it used to be 3 different departments and that have all been combined to save money. All right, the department finance. Questions on finance? I just wanted to ask, the business license fee change, how did you arrive at that figure? I support it. I mean, we have, our business license fee is to be charitable, minimal compared to most places in the region. But how did you come up with that figure as opposed to something a little bit smaller or a little bit larger?
This was reflective of the philosophy that's been expressed in the past by the council, that the business license fee shouldn't be an obstacle to business. It's a moderate increase. A larger increase could be justified. When we had a conversation with the chamber, they did not find this an objectionable problem, even though we're talking about a $20 addition to the first time license, and then a $5 for an annual renewal. That's nominal money. You go to some cities and you're talking about thousands of dollars for a business license. We're talking about basically $45 for a renewal. So this is an area where if there were policy support, we could look at that. That has to come back to you. This is not one of those things that you act tonight and it's in place. It would come back to you. And if it's your preference that we give you alternatives that range above this, we can certainly do that.
So, I mean, we've had a longstanding philosophy here of having an extremely low business license fee for exactly the reason that you mentioned. We wanted to incentivize the location and success, particularly of small businesses. But that's the same, that $5 a year renewal fee is what we charge Walmart, right? I mean,
yes, Walmart.
Right.
Yes,
so,
that's
correct.
IKEA.
Or IKEA. Is it possible to have a
yes.
graduated business license fee or renewal that is at least somewhat sensitive to the revenues, or some measure of business size that treats Walmart different from the frozen yogurt place next door?
It definitely cannot approach revenue as a basis, because this has to be cost recovery. But I think that there may be a rationale for a somewhat higher charge for more complex businesses.
Because the charge represents our cost of police and fire and the planning department and the finance department to review.
That's correct.
The license application, which I imagine takes more time for all those departments to do for a large big box retailer like
Right.
Walmart than it does for the frozen yogurt shop.
Yes. We could look at the change in structure as well.
Are there questions or comments on the finance? A 15% cut in this department?
Yes.
Okay. That brings us to fire. Questions, comments on fire? Let me first have, if there are on the other than F4, I'm sorry, which F4 being the battalion chief and 3 captain positions and the engine 45 issue. Are there other questions or comments on the other items? Okay, then let's go to, I'm assuming there are on that one, so let's go to that one. Mr. Johannesson?
Yeah, just maybe a quick question to start this out. Toby, what is the cost of a battalion chief in a captain position?
A battalion chief is about $175,000 a year, and the captain is about $163,000.
So if there's 3 of each, and that's basically roughly $525,000, $525,000 it looks like for battalion chiefs, the 3 battalion chiefs, and a little less than $500,000 for the captains.
Yes.
Okay. And it's possible to, for example, not have the battalion chiefs and just keep the captains?
Yes, it's possible. There's some scalability here, and we represented this as one item, but in fact, there's some scalability. And basically, any additional firefighter or any reduction in the cuts will add to capacity. And it is possible to do that in smaller measures. There basically are 4 positions proposed to be cut. You could cut 3, 2, 1, and you could have those effects. And cutting 4 won't get you to that full amount. So, in other words, you could restore some number with less than the proportional amount of cost. By the same token, there may be ways within the fire union or the firefighters that they could come up with strategies for either cost savings or contributions to it. It needs to be long-term, though, because this was really, as we said, it's not a one-year problem.
Is there a scenario where if we eliminate 3 battalion chiefs, we'd be able to keep the engine at Station 45?
It would be kept at a much greater percentage, yes. Right now, we don't have an engine all the time, but if we had more, if you had, for example, a captain, engineer, and a firefighter, you would basically increase the availability of the engine significantly.
Okay.
Mr. Christoph?
Toby, I remember last year, or no, about 3 years ago, we received a federal grant, and we had a way in which we had to match some of that.
Right.
So where are we in that whole program?
We're in the last year of that program.
We're in the last year of that program.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're in the last year of the program, are these firefighters affected by that grant?
Yeah, well, stated another way, the reduction of these firefighters can affect that grant. We may have to reimburse that grant.
Do we have to pay anything back to the feds if something like that should happen?
Yes, we might have to pay upwards of $110,000.
110.
Is that reflected in this?
That assumption is reflected.
So the million plus general fund savings is net of?
It basically includes that.
Okay.
So really, if we kept the 4, you could add the 110 back in, though?
You could.
Okay.
But that's a one-time contribution. It doesn't solve the problem longer term. But yes, if we could figure out a way to get close to keeping some additional firefighters, then that actually helps you get there.
And then what is the actual cost of those 4 positions?
Well, overall it's about $1 million.
$1.4 million, but I mean, that's counting battalion chiefs and all the other kind of stuff that you're doing in order to ratchet it down. but what is the cost of a firefighter times 4? Is it $100,000? Is it 120? Is it 80?
Well, this is a little bit how you do it, but I think we think that you could get about 3 for somewhere close to $400,000.
Okay.
Mr. Beers.
Yeah, Toby, on that grant, I actually misunderstood. I thought that was, whether we had to pay that back wasn't actually calculated in here. So it is in that number?
Yes, this is the net effect.
Okay.
Because we anticipate that the gross savings for the year would be substantially greater than what we have to pay back.
Right. Now, I did want you to comment on some testimony that we heard this evening regarding the cuts from last year.
Yes.
Could you clarify what happened in last year's?
We removed some vacation relief positions, 3, I believe, 3 positions last year. It didn't result in firefighters being laid off,
right,
but positions were removed.
And that actually, those positions we'd actually had only established, I think, like a year or a year and a half before.
They were
fairly new, but so it wasn't. It was just part of that process. Not to say there weren't cuts. I just want to clarify that.
Right.
Now, at the end of the day, what number that I'm actually really concerned about or would like to hear on this item is, in order to keep engine 45 in operation, what would be that number? You know, how much would it cost to a year just to get that engine, keep that engine?
Well, it's
because I know it's not $1 million it's not $1 million because that's the way that you came around getting the cuts. But I'm just wondering, what's the sub level within that?
With the staffing we have today and without backfilling the positions, we have that engine in service about 60% of the time.
Correct.
And if we were to, say, bring back 3, I think we'd have to run the numbers, but I would suspect that it would be more like 40 to 50% of the time, as opposed to the 0 to 10% of the time that we would have if we didn't have those. If we brought 4 back, I think we would be essentially where we are now, but with substantially reduced management capacity. And so that means that there's less flexibility, less strategic planning, less arrangement of training and all of the rest that is accomplished by that. But I think that's more or less a foregone conclusion. It's part of the current proposal.
Right. So without all of the extras that you were just talking about, it's about 400,000?
It would, if you restored all 5, all 4 of them, I think you would be closer to 600,000, 550,000. To restore 3, it would be about 400,000.
And if you restored 3, that gets us to 50%? We're at 60% today.
Yeah, a lot of it depends on schedule of vacations, who's been injured.
I appreciate that. No,
who's sick, but yes, that's. I think you'd be in that rough order of magnitude. And again, the chief has the flexibility under this current strategy that when he feels that it's important because of either circumstances, he can backfill with overtime. So he can keep that higher, but at a cost.
Right. And again, just in the name of information, my understanding was that the city had about 20 structure fires last year.
I think we had about 78 structure fires last year.
Well, my memory's really killing me lately.
No, I think somebody may have given you some bad information.
Yeah,
Maybe
I thought
me.
it was you.
Yeah.
But the reason I raised that in terms of the calls, I mean, the majority of calls are medical.
Yeah, vastly.
Vastly. I'm at least right on that one. But the other piece of that discussion is you do have the flexibility at Station 45 to use the engine instead of the truck if you have a structure fire. I mean, because I think that there was some good information raised about the issue of water in the truck and those kinds of issues. So I want to understand some of those ramifications.
That's right. And that's what that's what the chief and his staff do on a daily basis, is decide how the resources will be allocated.
Right.
And they do have the potential to respond in a variety of ways.
Was the 20 that we discussed, maybe was that in the Southport area? Was that?
It well could have been.
Okay, maybe that was where I misunderstood. Okay, I just want to understand. So I just want, at this juncture, you know, my discussion of this, you know, this is still got to be an open item for me until we finish this entire discussion on F4. But I do want to understand that there's a range of maybe a low of 400,000 to a high of 600,000 to deal with engine 45. Is that a fair statement?
Right. I think you would get enhanced capacity for the engine 45 with that.
Mr. Kristoff.
Yeah, let me finish where I was headed. Okay, so if we'll say it's $500,000, just to cut the difference between what you and Wes were talking about. If that's the case, you still have to subtract the $110,000 for this year, right?
Well, I don't know
that would be the
it's,
savings?
I don't know that it's as clear, and maybe the chief has an answer here, but I think if we continue to provide that level of staffing, we may not lose the grant. But you're right, there's that risk, and it could be, instead of being 400 to 500,000, it might be 500 to 600,000.
Right, okay. Because I like Mr. Beers, I'd like to keep this one open for a little bit, because one of the things I would also like to have happen is, and I appreciate the position that we took last year, and we would not ask for any other givebacks. I mean, I appreciate that position, and I think everybody appreciated the position at the time. But I do think we're in a little different time now. And so I guess one of the things I'd like to at least have you and Phil and your staff explore, and that is some of the either vacation days, holidays, or some of the other funding things that we did last year, at least open up discussions with them so that maybe they have an opportunity to save those four folks. And if you can save those people, then we can keep that engine company going. And I think things would be, a number of people will be fairly happy. But at least I'd like to explore that. I don't know how the rest of the council feels about that, but take a look at it and see if there's enough savings that can be generated. And then if that is the case, well, then so be it. But if it's not, well, then we have to come back here and arm wrestle again.
I think that's consistent with what Mayor Pro Tem Villegas had said earlier as well. And, you know, I mean, last year we were able to avoid any layoffs at all. And the city of Sacramento, I think in their budget, it approved something on the order of 50 layoffs of just of firefighters alone. And the firefighters there came forward with an alternative proposal that said we'll give back a portion of the salary increases that we were entitled to by contract in order to avoid all or some of those layoffs. We weren't in that position because we didn't have layoffs to do. We were able to find, through a lot of extraordinary measures, other ways of doing that. And last year, according to our contract, we provided 9.2% salary increases in 2009 for firefighters, which is entirely entitled to because that was the negotiated contract a couple of years ago. But those, I mean, the paths around how to, and that's about equivalent, this is now a 10% reduction in the budget, which is just about the amount that we did in salary increases last year. So, I mean, there's a lot of paths. What we've heard tonight about this issue is compelling around the engine. I mean, I don't think anybody's raised questions about the battalion chief and captain concept, but I want to know more about the engine aspect of it and how and potential paths to get there. But it can't just be by saying we're going to cut with the firefighter. We're going to shift $500,000 worth of cuts to other departments because as we've just gone through them, there isn't $500,000 to do in other departments. So we've got to figure out within the pocket, you know, generally of where we are in the fire department, how do we achieve the targeted savings, which is already substantially less on a percentage basis than any other of the departments for the second year in a row. Appropriately, but we can't for all the reasons that have already been described, we can't shift these cuts to police. They can't legally go to most of community development. There's not much left in most of the other departments, so we've got to figure out how to make that work.
I would remind the council that fire did come back with a 3.1% reduction last year.
Yeah, they
Yes.
did. I guess one of the things that I saw, and it was this morning, the teachers in Elk Grove District, that's what they did, and in order to save some of the younger teachers that just started.
So to break it down, I guess, I think probably the second speaker, I think Fidel indicated there's probably a million different ways in which to bridge this gap. And so given what Wes was saying earlier about the roughly $500,000, give or take, assuming that within the respective budget, the firefighters are interested in preserving the positions and want to explore options. I know we can't make it so prescriptive because we have an agreement in place, but at least give me, or maybe folks who are interested in hearing, what does that look like relative to, say, and I think most of us public employees who are facing 13, 14% pay cuts in the last year and a half with furloughs and other such things, what does that equate to with the number of employees that we currently have? Just assume for a moment that folks wanted to donate a day or a day or two of sick leave or vacation. I don't want to get too far down this road, and the city attorney would probably advise me that.
Cut a holiday.
Cut a holiday, or two, just right off the top.
Well, I think if all the holidays went away, it'd be maybe $300,000. It's to get to 500,000 is roughly 5%.
Okay.
So you could have a combination of a variety of things to get close to that.
It's helpful. Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna leave this open as we proceed to the next for all the reasons that have been discussed. Okay, that takes us to human resources. Are there any questions or comments on the human resources proposals?
Just to comment.
Mr. Kristoff.
I mean, the city of West Sacramento has really been blessed. When we first formed the city, we had Ellen doing all of the things in HR and putting in the time and figuring out all the HR issues, human resources issues. And now we got Phil, and I've never seen a workaholic work as hard as he does to try to find and solve issues. And I think that a lot of our employees know, because he probably meets with them and he probably at least talks to them. And very, very open. You know, he's volunteered to take pay cuts in order to make his department work. And just a lot of kudos I have for Phil. I think that he's an exemplary employee.
Mr. Johannesson.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, I agree.
Yeah, Toby, this is a small item. It's $5,000 for the employee recognition programs. You know, I'd like to see that continue because I think what's happening is there's going to be a lot of demoralization through this, and hopefully we'll be able to get over that. But my impression is that the employees look forward to those, and it's such a small amount. It's $5,000. I mean, of course, we're looking at bigger amounts here, but I'd like to see that kept in. Just because I think so many of these deal with morale issues, and I think we've got to kind of look at the employee morale a little bit more carefully as we move forward.
The $5,000 doesn't represent an elimination of the program. It does represent a cut, but I think you make a point. This employee recognition is in the HR department, but really the beneficiaries are in the whole city.
Right.
So spread over the whole city, it's pretty small.
I would probably take a little different view. And, I mean, and I'm looking as we're going through these different things, I saw some things that, you know, everybody has raised some comments on, and that would be like special events and community relations and the business license fee increase and now the employee program. I think if you can take $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 from each one of those, you start to build up enough funds, and if it can be a general fund kind of expenditure, that could be the funding for one of the employees that are leaving. And so I would just as soon, you know, I think that as much as I like the employee recognition program, because I mean, they come up here and, you know, we give them a whatever it is, we do a little bio on them and all the other kinds of things. You know, they walk out of here all pumped up and happy, and, you know, and we're really happy to do it. Because quite frankly, it's our employees, it's you guys that really make the city. It's not us. It's you, the employees. You make it run, you know, and but at the same time, I mean, I think we have some very difficult decisions to make up here, and, you know, this is one of them on the other side of the ledger as far as I'm concerned. But that's just me.
Mr. Beers.
Well, I agree. I value our employees, and I think they'd like recognition by having jobs. So I actually could live with cutting the whole item as far as awards. You know, we could recognize people verbally, and we do, but you know, in this environment, you know, to me, the message I certainly heard tonight was look for prioritization. And while I know running an organization is more complex than simply, you know, hiring somebody and telling them, here's your job, in this environment, I want to scrape as much money as we can towards all of our priorities. And I mean, when you look through all of the items, I mean, we're down to, you know, saving $2,000 on watering. So I mean, you know, we are not. This is not one of those things where you're looking for fat somewhere. You're looking for. We're into the bone, and so while I do respect your point, Mark, I would support keeping this item, and I wouldn't fight increasing it.
I agree.
That's fine. Yep.
Other human resources items?
Nope.
And this is one of those departments where virtually, maybe everyone, or virtually everyone is either taking essentially furlough days or a reduction in time to 90%. So all giving up, you know, non-trivial amounts of compensation. So.
And the budget of this department's cut 13%.
13%. Okay, Parks and Recreation?
Yeah.
Representative Villegas?
Sure, I'll start. So, Toby, the Parks and Rec item 4, the general fund revenue, $102,000. Help me understand a little bit about how this works, because I know the funds come into the bank as a result of a mitigation fee that's set up by developers for the most part. So this money is my understanding is it's designed to do one thing, but it looks like it's being transferred out to do other stuff. With the intention of being repaid, or how does that work?
This is being transferred out to actually maintain trees that would have otherwise been general fund costs. But it is still definitely tree maintenance, and it's, we think, within the scope of the tree program. And you're right, the source of that was an initial infusion of money from the sanitation district,
right,
but then subsequent infusion of money for the idea of preserving and protecting and installing trees. And so this is a way to do that in a way that we think relieves some of the burden on the general fund.
So the money's not going to be there forever, obviously, and we've been transferring out. What is the projected life?
The current balance is fairly healthy, and we actually have designed it to be a self-sustaining program, because as people have to remove trees for development, they do have to pay substantial fees, and that goes into the revolving account.
Okay.
And we don't think this magnitude has any jeopardy to that fund.
And you said the fund is fairly robust based on the initial work that went into establishing it.
Right.
Okay. General fund savings, closing lap swim in off-season for the rec center. Is that, so that, let's see, 50, off-season 26,000 plus 50,000 September through May. So is that, so that's just the lap portion of it, or is that the entire thing?
This is cutting out the basically off-season.
Swimming period?
Yep.
From September through May?
That's correct.
So that 75,000 is that chemical costs and staff? Or
Power.
just everything?
Power, chemical, and staff, yes.
Okay. So the combination of fee increases at the rec center, so I think everybody, we've come to the conclusion that there's certainly room for that. So it looks like the childcare fees would go up.
Yes.
The per player fee would go up. Aquatics go up. Dolphin swim team would go up. Not a lot, but enough to make up a difference. So the youth teen camp would, fees would increase as well. The increase at the rec center, the fee passes, so are folks still able to pay in advance, or how would that affect the fee increases? Because I know initially there was discussion of folks being able to purchase.
That would be the same.
So that would remain the same, okay.
Unchanged.
All right. And can you give me some examples of the elimination, PR 19, the elimination funding for non-city events?
Yes.
What are some examples of that? Because that's a year one, 20,000, year two, 40,000 savings.
This relates to the support that the department has contributed in the past in setting up events, our parks crews, and we've had money, an account set aside to do that. This is cutting that account. Basically, we're saying it in going forward, if people want those services, they would pay for them.
So are there I mean, I'm just trying to understand who, because we get a lot of requests for these kinds of services, and I just want to understand what kinds of events would be directly impacted, because the minute we walk away from the final budget, folks will inevitably forget that this particular line item is in here.
Well, I think probably the most notable would be Neighbors Fair.
Okay.
That's one of the biggest ones.
Because we're a big support, I mean, we're a big sponsor of that, obviously, in many ways, so, okay.
Annual parade.
Like the Community Day Parade, those kinds of, I mean, that's where the rubber's gonna meet the road, when we're saying that service, that free, potentially that free, or historically free service is no longer free.
That's what this item is.
Okay. I mean, that's real, because those folks don't have any money, so that's a very serious, and those are implications that would potentially cancel those kinds of events, so without ponying up the in-kind services that we have historically provided. Police and fire and park staff, and, okay. Okay. I mean, I want to memorialize some of these things that I think are just on paper at the moment, but very quickly turn real when we turn the corner, and in the fall we're starting to make these kinds of plans for these kinds of events. That support is not going to be there. Okay, so all right, those are the only questions that I had. Thank you.
Mr. Christoph? Yeah, Toby, one question I have is it says cut recreation center pool use and that sort of thing. Do we have some reciprocal agreements or something like that with the pool, with the school district?
Yes.
And so does this affect any of those reciprocal agreements? Or, well, and I mean, at schools, I know they need to make some cuts too. Or, I don't have any idea if this would be where they look at, what they look at. But at the same time, this won't affect any of those kinds of agreements or whatever we have with the school district?
No. will not. This is our use of the facility.
Okay. And so under PR 10 and PR 20, which is reduction of seasonal staff and a reduction of administrative parks and grounds, the people out there need to know that the lawn's going to get cut a little bit less. It's not going to look as, some of the parks aren't going to look quite as pristine as they have in the past. That's the kind of things that those are addressing. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. The frequency with which the trash receptacles are picked up, the litter's picked up, the lawns are mowed, it's changed in this.
Mr. Johannesson.
Yeah, maybe to follow on that line, there's a number of items here that are just ripe for community groups to chip in. You know, I know the Neighbors Fair folks are going to be meeting and understand that it's going to be a difficult year. My understanding is there's going to be something that's going to happen, so they'll move forward in some manner. But, you know, a lot of these things, for example, the parks and grounds, we've got neighborhood watch groups, we've got community trash pickup groups. You know, I think a lot of this, if people understand what the city's economic situation is, and if a park is only going to get picked up once every 2 months because of the budget concerns, then I'm sure that we can garner enough community support to have a community group go in and pick it up the other month. But there's a number of things that I think are going to be great for this. And I think we're going through right now developing a policy on how the city supports nonprofits. And the advantage of doing that would be, for example, if a nonprofit is actually incorporated, has 501(c)(3) status, can actually partner with the city to get grants so that it could actually bring money to the table on some of these things. So, you know, we've got the dolphin swim team that may get involved with maybe working to get more hours there. You know, people have offered to open up their pocketbooks to pay for these services. But, you know, I think we can develop mechanisms to make that happen, particularly in parks and recreation. The playbook, you know, it's another one of those things that, yeah, maybe we stop producing it in hard copy. We could do an internet version of it, an electronic version. We could even do a subscription version or tie it to a membership or something like that that actually pays for itself. We could look at sponsorships. So there's other ways to achieve that same goal, which is to let people know what's out there. And I think the playbook is important, but, you know, when we're looking at priorities, obviously we're going to have to think about how we pay for that. But there's just, you know, the kids camp, the teen camp. We've got a teen center here. We've got a number of community groups that deal with kids. I just see this really a real opportunity for the community to step up. We've been talking about this for the last year, and this is kind of where the pedal hits the metal on this. So I definitely want to pursue that. And, you know, these may be cut from the city budget, but not necessarily cut for things that we've got going in the city.
On the pool, so we would have the pool closed from September to May, and at least last year the Dolphins reserved the pool from April to July. So are we arriving at a point where if you are not a member of the Dolphin swim team, you get August?
No, actually, the competition pool hours will be commensurate with the high school usage. So that pool will remain open. Really what we're talking about with respect to the competition pool is that will be closed for 3 months. And the exact dates are somewhere in I think it's November through January, something like that. So, but during that time, the Dolphins don't swim, the high school doesn't swim. And even in the original year, we weren't contemplating opening up the pool. We really tried opening up the pool on a year-round basis because we had so many people who were interested in swimming year-round. It wasn't part of the first budget, but the initial budget or the initial operation, but because we had so much demand for it, we decided to do that. So this is really simply going back to where we were originally and not offering it again. The cuts to the recreation pool really, that's the May to September. And that's really basically the school year. So the recreation pool will be open I think we're going to open it Memorial Day weekend, where last year we actually opened it earlier based on weather, and we left it open longer in the season. So this is really going to a school year season for the recreation center, or the recreation pool, or the leisure pool.
I mean, because we already get inquiries from folks who can't get access to the pool because we've allocated so much of its time to the Dolphins, and then it's closed another, I mean, even under the existing framework. And so and we've also projected that if we raise the pass fee, we're going to get increased revenue, but not if we've eliminated or cut even further the stuff that people actually use when they bought the pass in the first place. So I'm concerned. The Dolphins in particular, we've got well, not in particular, this is across the board. There are areas we're not fully recovering our costs, or even close. And that means somebody else is subsidizing it, whether it's the other pass holders, which is they're not even covering their own costs. So it's the general fund that's paying for that. It's the same question we've asked ourselves all night. Is keeping the fees for the Dolphins, or the pass generally, or for Discovery preschool, or any of these other services at a general fund subsidy as important as some of the other cuts that we're having to make? And so I'm not sure. I'm not convinced. That some of these programs, we don't means test them. We've just said because we want to make sure that they're accessible to people of every economic background in the city. We just set very, very low charges, and that is something that's a luxury, right? I mean, we could also set it at more of a market rate, and then find some way to provide some limited subsidies for folks who are living in poverty, that we want to get access to these services that would have less of a draw than on the general fund. So I mean, I'm not proposing a specific set of changes, but I do think that we should consider being more aggressive than even what's proposed here in terms of some of the cost recovery issues in the recreation programs, so that we can both minimize the general fund contribution and sustain the maximum level of programs that are there. Because these do matter. I mean, although, if you don't have a child in swimming or in kids camp or what have you, or teenagers that are going to Harmony on the River or to the movies in the cinema at sundown, these are essential parts of our strategy to provide positive alternatives for youth in particular, so that they don't have no options in the city other than to join a gang or commit a crime, or the kind of patterns that we used to see when we had crime rates that were higher than our neighbors in the region. They've been essential to our success, so we've got to preserve them, but we need to make sure that we're pricing all the programs properly too. So we can't adopt most of these anyway directly, right? Because they're within your authority. Some of them are within your authority, but only to certain limits.
Right.
And others would require changes in the Book of City Imposts, which is not up for a vote tonight.
No, but it would be helpful to us to know where the council comes from on that, because that would help us calibrate any proposals. And some of them are already within our authority, others would have to come back. But if we could get some, if this is the consensus direction, that's very helpful for us to know how to develop a response.
I'm not even sure what my own personal direction would be, because I don't know what in here you said, the document has said, staff believes this is, for example, the Discovery, I think it's Discovery that even with the increase, the prices would be well under market.
Yes.
So to me, it's more of a policy test of if that's the case, in some of these areas where you have a little bit more capacity to reduce the subsidy that everyone else is providing to those programs. That's something to pursue. And on the rec center pass, I don't know if the $28,000 that you're projecting here is essentially up to the limits of your authority, which is why that you arrived at that number.
Yes.
Yeah, and whether the right number is something that requires more our authority, then we should look at what the right number is.
Okay.
Mr. Beers?
Yeah, I think that's an appropriate discussion. I think there's two things on this issue. One, there's real implications of families in some of these decisions, especially cutting out some of the spring and winter camps and shortening those, because people in the community count on those for their childcare. I mean, you know, it's part of their programming for their homes. So we really need to be sure that we alert people as soon as these decisions are made so that they can make their plans appropriately. And then what I would propose on these is that we support these as the minimum fees as part of your budget discussion with direction to come back to the council on potentially increasing or reviewing these fees for potential increases beyond this minimum. That would be how I'd solve that.
Okay, other questions or comments on Parks and Recreation?
But again, this is a 14% cut to this budget.
You have enough guidance, Toby, on?
Guidance on that? I think so.
Okay, great. I guess the question is, does Bob?
What's that? Yeah, you have enough guidance. Yes, plenty, thank you.
All right, then, police.
Budget.
Well, maybe as the chief's coming forward, I had a couple of questions on this. One is it's an item that's not one of the ones listed, which is the lease. Lease payments for the annex and our progress on not having lease payments anymore and moving forward with the purchase of the facility. And I realize we're not going to talk about property acquisition here, but what are we doing to get out of that lease payment and shift the cost over to the developer fee paid public facilities fee?
That is actually something that we very much would like to pursue. We haven't finalized any action there, but we've gotten an indication from the property owner that now, unlike the previous times, they may be willing to entertain a purchase. And so we're looking at that. It's not something we're moving on this moment because we're trying to do this, but I would say by this summer we would be on that.
How much is that, the lease payment, do you know?
$120,000 per year.
Per year, okay. All right, well, as soon as we're done with this, it might be good to move to that. If we can avoid a significant portion of that in the current year and then obviously into the future, that seems to make sense. The other question I had is with respect to the, that we heard a lot about the community service officer, the crime analysts, and some of the other non-sworn staff at the department, and the relation, and also I think we've had individual conversations with the Police Officers Association that's been trying to, I think as I said tonight, figure out, we understand that every department needs to, contribute to the solution here, and we all have to figure this out, but could we solve it in a different way? And that way, one of the ways that they've described is to look at whether or not we could do with one fewer lieutenant, and as an alternative to at least not all of these cuts, obviously, but to some of them. And I'm wondering what your analysis is of that option.
I think I've distributed for the council some comparisons with other cities. I'd like the chief to comment on his sense of the need for the management and oversight that the lieutenants provide.
We carefully looked at the reductions in the department from top to bottom, sworn to non-sworn, and through all the functional areas. We were functioning with 5 sworn managers, which was an optimal number. The reduction to 4 is an acceptable number given the size and scope of our department, especially when comparing to the other agencies you have on your sheet in front of you. And that management oversight and presence is just a key ingredient, to the effective and efficient operation of the department. That position represents, a 20% reduction in the sworn management and the oversight and the implementation of policies and procedures, and the liability, as you are well aware in police operations, is significant. And again, that management oversight and control of that is key. Also, there's an issue of accountability, public confidence and trust
Lots of things play into this. Another reduction, no department of our size in the region would have that low a number. As you can see on the chart, there's, we would now be tied for the lowest number of sworn managers in the region, and I don't believe we could effectively operate the department at that lower number.
Is the city of Sacramento just so different that it, in terms
Yes,
of its
scale, size and scale. You notice all those agencies are our size. The biggest one being Citrus Heights, which you can see on there with noticing that they only really field 11 more officers than we do, but their total management at the same level we're looking at is 8, and ours would be 4, with only 11 more officers to oversee. So that's the biggest department there at 88,000. The rest are all within our range.
And if we were to look at the other end of the equation, at communities, this includes the sworn personnel only. Do you know how we compare on community services officers and some of the other non-sworn staff relative to these other departments?
No, I don't have those numbers. We didn't look at that. This reduction for us represents 2 of the 4 community service officer positions, and it would require some reorganization and redistribution of duties and new approaches to delivering the service. So services wouldn't necessarily go away, and all those areas that you talked about are going to require us to, we have some initial thoughts which are, they still need to be developed further. And so all these services would continue to be delivered at a different level and through different means, but we haven't done a comparison on that non-sworn level.
All right, well, I'm not sold yet, but I know there's other questions and comments on this. Mayor Pro Tem Villegas and Mr. Christoph?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, yeah, well, it would be helpful, I guess, if you could articulate a little bit about what the impacts would be, because I heard what I think is pretty compelling testimony this evening about the value of the positions relative to our very efficient and effective police department, and I think it would be helpful to understand from your perspective, Chief, a little bit about what that elimination of the CSOs, the community service officers, how it would impact, in other words, common person on the street, what would be different for them? What would they see different if should that be the case, if we eliminate those positions?
Yeah, well, one of the things that would change, we would no longer operate the service center, which is our part of Station 45, which is 30 hours per week. And so that is, roughly a quarter of the hours that the 3 CSOs in the field use. And so that would no longer be there. That was actually a luxury to do that. It was a much underutilized service with very little traffic in there. But, the city invested in that. We wanted to use it and make a go of that. And so that will not be a significant impact because the usage of that is so low. On the other side, some of the lower priority reports, what we refer to in the jargon as cold reports, where you wake up in the morning and someone has vandalized your property or your car or something like that. People are used to having the service of someone come out, to your house or business, wherever that is. And so that would have to be handled in a different way. It could be a number of ways. We haven't, developed the ultimate model yet, but it could be in the sense of they now have to walk in to a location to get that done. They may have to do that by telephone. Maybe there's some opportunities for electronic reporting, increased use of volunteers, a higher level trained volunteer. It could do some of those things. So I think the community actually will not, even though they're very valuable, I mean, these are gut-wrenching, heart-wrenching reductions that you have to do. And so, and that's just, that's on the personal side, and then on the community side, though, I think the reductions, we can mitigate those reductions significantly so they don't feel, West Sacramento is in the enviable position
the city council and the city has invested heavily in the police department. As you can see from the chart I've given you, we have the highest staffing level, the best staffing level of any of the other departments in the region. And that's going to mitigate some of these impacts. I think that's why we're able to achieve in all fund areas, not just the general fund, but over $2 million in reductions is because the investment that the city made in the police department. And so patrol generally was spared, except for one officer position, which happened to be vacant. And we will replace that officer by restructuring some of the services outside of patrol to replace that officer. So that one will not be felt, and essentially it's the 2 CSOs is all that the community will really feel, and I think we have some alternative plans. And we haven't given up yet, turning over every stone and rock. We may come up with pull a rabbit out of our hat in the next 6 weeks and find a way to save a community officer position, for instance, because that is our highest priority to restore. So we're not done yet. We're not set on this plan. This is just where we're at this point.
Right. Can I ask a quick follow-up?
Yeah.
Because you said the 2 CSOs, the senior crime analyst and the code enforcement officer, are those aren't vacant though?
No, we have 8 actual layoffs in the department, and those are 2 of them.
Okay, so in terms of what if we reduce a code enforcement officer or crime analyst, there will be impacts. I mean, we don't have any extra people that are just pushing paper. So
correct. We will on the code enforcement side, the work will just get spread amongst the 4 code enforcement officers instead of 5. That means more prioritization, longer resolution times to lower level, cases, and probably more telephone calls about individual cases and why they're taking so long. That would be the impact there. On the crime analysis side, we obviously are not going to abandon crime analysis. We're going to find, and we have some ideas, some different ways of delivering that service at less than a full-time level than we do now, but we will still maintain that capability.
Okay. And then I see the deputy chief position going away October 1st versus July 1st, and that savings will realize as $150,000 first year, $200,000 in the second year. So help me understand a little bit about what because I see in your service implications, it's just summarizes slower response to issues and less management oversight, increased workload for lieutenants. So I'm assuming you've shifted the majority of that workload onto the lieutenant and the 4 or 3 lieutenants where we end up, and yourself, which I think answers my own question. I mean, I think one of the concerns I had, or maybe one of the recommendations or suggestions I would have, is delaying that filling of that lieutenant position if there was such a way. Because I don't know to what extent I mean, obviously you showed us a chart here that indicates we probably need it more than not.
Yeah. You could delay it for a short period of time. The issue is that would not save any positions because you'd still budget for it. You wouldn't expend the money, so it would be a savings, but not to fund another permanent position.
Ongoing.
And so it would end up being a savings. So the real impact of the management presence, as you all understand, you've been managers in your respective fields, it's not the short-term, day-to-day impact of not having, it's the long-term management presence and oversight and making sure that, all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed. And so it's the long-term impact here that we're talking about.
Okay. Well, I would, I think as mentioned earlier, I'm not convinced we need to go down this road yet. I'm still looking for, as you've put it, Chief, some additional rabbits pulled out of the hat, and I'm looking for, I know there's potential pending retirements and other sources of revenue, and I know that, as mentioned by the second speaker, there are other ways to address this that I hope we can collectively explore as we go further down this road.
Actually, Fidel was the 9th speaker.
Was it the 9th speaker? I'm sorry, am I giving you a second billing?
Second speaker was John Vanilla.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, it definitely wasn't John Vanilla.
Mr. Christoph?
I guess just for some clarification, I mean, I know that police department is a very, very important department for everybody within the city. The 4 positions that are being cut, they're not filled now, they're just positions. So there's 4 positions there. Now, that doesn't really tack into, I mean, it's, all it is not people. But at the same time, positions are important because, you know, that's how they grow. But having said that, for me, I think that one of the things that we had talked about earlier, Chief, and that is the lieutenant position, and then not filling the lieutenant position, to have either the crime analysts come back or a couple CSOs or whatever that may be because of the lieutenant salary or potential salary. You make a very strong argument that you know, levels of management are very important. And for me, I think that I would sort of lean towards not filling the lieutenant position now, but I would give you a commitment that, you know, as soon as things get back on track, I would certainly make one of the first recommendations that I do is filling that, because I do think that your argument is very strong. But at the same time, I really do think that the CSOs and the crime analysts, they do a lot of things, and they really help our officers in a lot of ways that we just can't see. I mean, it's their department. I mean, they do a lot of stuff there that is sort of behind the scenes, and I don't know what they all are, but I mean, at the same time, it's the data, the information, and it's everything that officer gets to really help them too. I mean, and it could save their lives. It could prevent some injuries to them because of the information that these people get to those officers right away. So, I mean, that's pretty much how I feel on it. So I'd really like to leave this one open a little bit, because, I mean, even Oscar may be correct. There may be a couple folks or somebody out there that is hasn't retired or done anything yet, but they're contemplating retirement, and they may go soon. And if that's the case, I'd like to make sure that we have these good qualified people that came up here and spoke and came here and we all heard about. I'd like to have those people back into our family. And so that's where I'm headed on police.
Mr. Johannesson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to also look at not filling this lieutenant position now, and I wanted to be a little more specific as to what I'd like to see held open. And a lot of this it gets back to the momentum that I think the city has had, and the reason why people are living here, the quality of life, that a lot of these things, if you don't have police coming by and taking reports, or things are later, you don't have code enforcement on the job, you have neighborhoods kind of degrading, we're kind of really going to take a step backwards into where we are, because we've made huge strides, particularly in Brighton Broderick, on focusing in that neighborhood. And Chief, you've done a great job at community relations there. I think the police department in West Sacramento is revered in the area because of the job you're doing. And I'm really concerned about taking out some of these core people that I think provide the data on crimes that are being committed, the report taking, the code enforcement issues. So when we sum up here, there's some ideas that I think we can talk about that can bring money into this, that potential to explore, so we're not going to have to do this. So in particular, I don't want to see the elimination of the crime analyst and senior crime analyst, the 2 community service officers, the police records technician, or the property and evidence technician position. I don't want to see those taken out right now. Because I think we may be able to come up with some money through some creative means, and it's not going to be a surprise amount of money. It's actually courses that we can go down over the next year or so to get this money. So all the others I think are appropriate. The vehicle replacement schedule, we can live with that. And as Councilman Kristoff the discussion was that the 4 police officers that we're going to save here are not really people we're laying off. It's just the positions won't be filled. So My concern now is we've got a good police force in place. I don't want to degrade that. And I think taking some of these, what may consider to be data people, that's really where we start building cases. And I had a conversation with the presiding judge of Yolo County a couple days ago. And West Sacramento still is where most of the crimes come from in Yolo County. Our crime is way down, but it is still where most of the crimes come. So it's really important that we have police on the job to do this, and we just need to find the money to do it. And I think there's money out there. So I'm not prepared to make these cuts at this time, and we'll talk about it a little bit in the summation today.
Mr. Ross?
Just a bit of clarification. There is now an acting lieutenant, and I think that some of the council are aware that there may be an additional retirement sometime later this year. With our current policies, anytime there's a vacancy created, there's an examination of what to do with that position. And so I think the possibility, understanding the point you made that you don't want to lose these people, I'm not sure that there's a need at this point to determine with finality what to do with the lieutenant's position. We could fill the current position knowing that in a relatively short period of time that another vacancy will be created. And that would give us time to explore whether alternative sources of funding for these other positions materialize or whether in fact we're short on revenue and we'll have to reconsider that position. And I didn't hear from everybody whether there's concurrence there on those other positions. I would reiterate that the chief has identified the CSO positions as the highest priority for restoration. You're talking about quite a number of positions though in terms of revenue. Certainly those couldn't be accommodated, all of them couldn't be accommodated even with the elimination of a lieutenant's position.
Right, I think the total is somewhere, it's $425,000, $450,000 worth of positions that have been described thus far. I would unbudget the lieutenant position, frankly, and we can talk about it some more and we can study it some more, but some choices have to get made. I would unbudget it entirely for the year and use those dollars to fund some portion of that 400 of the positions that we've talked about. That's nowhere near enough to cover them all, but it would allow for the highest priority positions of that set to be retained. Doesn't mean we can't revisit it if the chief during the year determines that it's not possible to effectively manage the department. We may be back and we may have those same positions that we find a way to save tonight back on a list for potential layoff 9 months from now or 6 months from now or a year from now. But we need to take some actions on these, I guess is my point. Just not filling it and coming back in a couple months or whatever. We have to do something with the layoffs that are already out there, which means some sort of final decision, at least for this budget.
Yeah, and I was suggesting that window of time you wouldn't get rid of those positions, you keep them in place for the I think 5 positions that Mark identified.
But how do we make up $400,000 or $500,000?
We would revisit it before it became $500,000. It'd be revisited later this year.
I don't know. So if we don't take those, if we didn't take action, if we did not approve those position eliminations, and we didn't change the number of lieutenants, so we would start spending that money.
We'd be spending that money, but we would spend down, 4 months or 3 months worth of that money, not the entire amount.
Some other options too.
And we would also look at some other options to get some revenue or offset some revenue. But it is your call, and if you want to do both, and in other words, keep the positions and cut the lieutenant's position, then it's still up for reconsideration at some later point, I presume.
Yeah, we can always put a lieutenant back in, but I mean, even 4 months of that, I mean, a third of the year is a third of that 450, that's $150,000 of savings that we can't, that is gone if we wait 4 months to try to figure it out. You've given us a highly disciplined budget, and I'm trying to make sure that we're disciplined about it. So I'm just not, I would like to have a lieutenant, but I just don't know that that's sustainable given the options that are in front of us. Mr. Johannesson has not revealed his set of big solutions on the overall general fund to this point, but given the resources that we're aware of at the moment, I don't see how we can both budget for lieutenant and budget for all of these positions. We're just budgeting for a $500,000 hole in the budget, which we do not have. Mr. Beers?
Yeah, I hesitate to try and get to the level that we've gotten to on this in terms of trying to be the manager of the police department. I mean, we have a very qualified team that does that. Having said that, the value that I think we're all trying to describe is that I know I am, and I believe my peers are concerned that this cuts too deeply into the teamwork that results in a quality police department. So I want us to continue to look in terms of trying to keep as much of that intact as possible, recognizing the dollars. I really, I think we need to have a better answer than sometime this summer on the purchase of the building. I think that needs to be something that we accelerate, because that could come up with some immediate lease relief, if we can shift CIP funds, et cetera, and I don't know all the specifics of that. The lieutenant, so if you get that plus lieutenant, that's almost $270,000 operating dollars in the short term, which might impact some of this. So my point would be the POA has offered now that more of our proposal is a public document now, which is, is very important to everyone's concern, employees especially, that you don't put everything out there and start a rumor mill and be counterproductive. So I respect that you have to, at a certain point in time, put your work together, and then you have to release it to the public and to all the impacted people. So that's where we're at right now. Now more people have some knowledge of the specifics, therefore we can openly get more input on potential solutions. So I'd like to, again, encourage that piece, especially on the police side. And I'd like to delay some of the key positions that we've discussed in terms of setting an absolute layoff date while that discussion goes on, while we learn about the issues related to the purchase of the building, while we look at alternate revenue sources and other ways of managing some of these problems. Because at the end of the day, I mean, the chief has to be able to deliver the service that we want, and so we can't, using a police phrase, handcuff him too much and try to, micromanage his department. But I think there's enough of concern from the community and the council that, we can take some time with a risk, but take some time to look at some of these, at least over the next month, before we make any, decisions. And I'm talking about the layoff positions, not the rest of the stuff in there is unfortunate, but, we have to make those decisions. That's how I feel about it.
Yep, that makes sense to me.
One thing that may also factor in this, and I think that it could certainly come through in our discussions with POA, is that there may be schedule adjustments too. So whereas it may be critical to have some of these positions, it may not be critical to have them at 100%. They might be 90%, right, and that sort of thing.
Reduction.
Okay. That's what he's talking about. Okay. And that's further on police. We'll proceed to Public Works. is on Public Works. I'm assuming Mr. Beers took a strategic restroom break and didn't have questions on this item.
Fed up with you.
Okay, there's none on Public Works. I think if Mr. Beers were here, he would want us to note that the Public Works Facilities General Fund budget reduction is 58%. Okay, non-departmental. Mayor Pro Tem Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Toby, the item ND5, the restructuring of the advisory bodies, although it has not been included as part of the total budget plans, what do you see? I mean, if you could predict what that looks like.
Well, here's the driver behind that. It's not the $10,000 savings.
Right.
It's that in virtually every department that serves these advisory bodies, we've cut the number of staff that typically provide the support. And it will be difficult for us to have the same frequency of meetings or the same number of meetings. And I think this is obviously an area that we're very concerned about encroaching on, because this is entirely the prerogative of the council. But one possibility is to look that maybe consolidate some of the advisory bodies so that they could meet as frequently as they have, but maybe with a broader scope of responsibility. Because depending on the particular advisory body, sometimes they don't have a whole lot to do. But if they were to have their scope broadened, we'd have fewer meetings, but we would have maybe more substantial meetings. That's the thinking here.
No,
but it's clearly in the council's purview, so we encroach with very much concern.
Yeah, it makes sense. Just want to make sure I understand how you see it rolling out.
I mean, sort of the countervailing pressures on this one, the consolidating, we haven't had great experience with commissions that are not directly related and exclusively related to a single department.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, it's been a challenge for the departments to figure out how to appropriately manage and staff and support and deal with issues that don't match their structural lines. So it's very clear to the Parks and Recreation Commission that Parks and Recreation Department is generating their stuff, and Parks Department knows their stuff has to go there. The Agri-Natural Resources Commission, half the items that should be going there don't go because the departments that generate them don't feel any connection to them. So the challenge with consolidation is how to make sure that the departments can effectively direct their flow to those commissions. Not having them consolidate is also a problem because just as we've cut our meetings back by a third, because there's less of a flow of development applications and everything else. The same is true for those bodies, and so they're just even the departmental ones don't have enough business to justify as many meetings. So it might be helpful to maybe get some input from the commissions. I'd be happy to convene a meeting of the commission chairs, maybe the chairs and vice chairs, and just to have an initial conversation about this challenge and what you've described and get some feedback from them about how we might reduce the aggregate number of meetings and potentially improve the quality of them as well in order to achieve the objective. Because you're right, it's not the money, because no department has staff hired just to do that.
Right.
But all the departments are going to be facing the reductions that are not going to have the people to come and spend the night here at a meeting that has a half of an item to consider. It's not efficient. So, any others on that non-departmental? Of the commissions?
No, yet.
Okay. Mr. Johannesson?
Yeah, Toby, I just for my and possibly the other councils, I'd like to see where we are on these items. So after our discussion tonight, we're keeping the engine at Station 45. We're going to find a way to keep the engine safe and forward. And correct me
I
if
think
we're...
all we've said,
pull it off.
all we've said was that item was open for the
Okay.
remainder of tonight. We've not made any decisions
Okay,
about that.
okay, so that's open for the remainder of the night, and the 5 positions in police are also open. Is that, is my understanding
That would be
correct?
my interpretation, that if you move forward with the guidance that you've given to this point and take the action there, we would probably exclude those 5 positions and the 4 positions in fire from immediate action.
Okay, and then the next discussion would be on the sources of potential funds for that. I know we had a discussion of how you pay for that, right?
Right.
Is that where we are? Okay.
Well, I guess my sense is that the answer is a little bit different, but in both instances probably involves the bargaining unit and whether they have any ideas that would help. And then I think that our expectation is that we would try to come back. We try to explore that, see how it went, and based on how it went, we would either come back sooner or later, but we would go forward with the balance that you would be prepared to authorize. We also, just one of the features of the non-departmental is that we haven't counted those things, and it may be that there's some money that gets generated there that might give us some flexibility to mix and match and maybe come closer to a target of maintaining the services you're looking to maintain and still achieving a cost reduction target. And that we would probably not know in the next 2 weeks, but we will certainly know in the next 6 weeks.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas?
Okay, so I just want to make sure so I understand. So between now and July, theoretically, the idea would be to keep these items open that you've just mentioned, go back to the respective unions to see if they have ideas about how to absorb the cuts that we discussed this evening and whether or not those make sense. If there are no solutions or there's nothing that surfaces, you essentially are bringing back, potentially you're bringing back the same budget.
Same recommendation,
The same recommendation, right? I mean, without going to deeper cuts that we're not.
Or anything in between.
Right. Okay.
Well, I mean, July, here's the challenge. Okay, so we have about, at the moment, $1.5 million open, basically, between the two, right?
Close, well, yes, $1.5 million if you took the full restoration, but I didn't hear
Right,
the fire that anybody was talking about the full restoration.
Okay, so
more like $1 million, I think.
Okay, $1 million total. So, on a monthly basis, we're it's
Well, that's
really,
close to
right?
$100,000.
Yeah, so $80,000, $90,000 a month. And so if we can't wait till July 1 to make a determination, right? Because at that stage, if we needed to implement all or some subset of those layoffs, because we have to provide notice requirements that are in some cases lengthy, that could easily erase 3-4 months, which is, then you're talking about $250,000. So we need to, although we can't do this in 2 weeks from now necessarily, time is of the essence in order to accomplish this. So we don't have time for an 8-week study period and a task force and other sorts of things. We need to get to real actions fairly quickly. Right. Otherwise, the problem gets compounded very significantly, and we'd be looking at even more severe cuts than we already have in front of us.
I think our first target would be to see what we can get back in by June 2nd with. And we've gotten an indication, at least from the POA, that they are prepared to start meeting immediately. And so if that helps, if we reach some resolution there, then that helps, even if we don't get resolution on everything. So I would say a near-term target of June 2nd, and but we won't, some of the things that we hope for to provide some cushion won't be known that soon. But I think if we could come to some understandings, and I think that there are understandings that we could reach, I don't know where the other side is. If we could do that quickly, we'd come back in June 2nd, and it really wouldn't change any of our targeting, any of our timing.
And you wouldn't be filling the lieutenant position by June 2nd, correct?
Oh, no, actually, we filled it yesterday. No, there will be no positions filled.
Well, I'll just, so I'm encouraged that POA has already stepped forward. I mean, they didn't have to, but they did. I would hope that fire steps forward as well. I mean, I think we all agree that we're all in this together. I think we've served each other very well. We have a tremendous fire department that has served our community extremely well, and I think it would go a lot further if they stepped forward and, agreed or volunteered to be part of the solution. Not a problem they created, it's not, but it's a solution that they can certainly contribute to, and I think it goes a long ways to the folks who spent a significant amount of time this evening here with us, that we can all collectively make it work or individually have it fall apart for us.
Mr. Johansson?
Yeah, it's, this has been difficult, I know, for all of us, getting this budget forward, because as we've seen coming up, we've had real people, and this is going to have real effect. But, we're elected up here to make decisions, and I think the notice was short, but I think, we do need to set an example and make decisions we need to make and then move forward. It's something the state hasn't been able to do, but I think we can do it here. There aren't any quick fixes, I think, as the mayor has mentioned, but we do need to act now. And I guess when I'm looking at these cuts, we had a number of people talk in the audience about what are the services that the city needs to provide? What are the core services? And to me, health and safety is at the top of the list. In fact, when I campaigned in 2006, that was my top priority, and it was a promise I made, and I'm not going to break that now. But we also have to be realistic that we are, a lot of the financing is out of our control. We're getting taken by the state. We've got property values are devaluing, so we have to do something. I think what we've made great strides, particularly in two areas that generally involve the police. We've had great crime reduction in West Sacramento, and that's a direct result of the professionalism of our police force. We've also had, I think, a new look at Brighton Broadway because of the efforts that have been put in there in terms of improvements that are being made there, attention to cities being paid there, and the community relations that the police have had in there. So, the cuts that we're proposing are $4.5 million. I think what I wanted to do is take out of there in the police, close to $500,000, in the fire, close to $500,000 when we're looking at keeping the essential services. Now, we need to look for other source of funds here. I think the departments have done a great job at really getting down into the bone on these things, but there's other things that we can look at. We can look at, for example, the use of technology where it's applicable to provide services that may not be in person, but we would still be able to provide the information people want. We can really pursue this issue of nonprofits and community organizations that can provide services, that could provide a parade, or that could provide art shows or all these other things, events at the rec center, those types of things that really don't cost a lot to the city, if anything, but more coordination services and maybe assistance with grant writing, that type of thing. But there's big ticket items out here that we need to talk about as well. One suggestion has come up is moving our dispatch to Sac City. And I think that we should study that, because I think we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars just in that. Of course, that's a couple years out, but we're looking at long-term budgets here. And I think what we're going to be looking at is stopgaps to make sure we have these services. What we don't want to do is go in the hole and become bankrupt. We have to be fiscally conservative, pay as we go. So I don't want to propose a budget that is $900,000 in the hole with no way to pay for it. So I think we do need to look at dispatch. And currently, we're going through Yolo County. There's going to be an impact on Yolo County if we do that. But, you know, the fact is we represent West Sacramento, and we have a relationship with Yolo County, but we need to study that. We can look at studying charging traffic or charging fire services for traffic accidents. Things like that, that basically you have, it's more of a cost of service type of thing. We've talked about leasing or buying property instead of leasing it at a tune of $120,000 a year. That's a big savings. There's other issues, you know, changing the booking arrangements to West Sacramento. We looked at that probably, well, this is probably before I've been on the council, but, you know, of course, the judicial system is all consolidated in the administrative courts right now, but something like that would be a huge savings. And, you know, finally, absolutely no offense to you, Bob, but we spend $1 million a year on a city attorney. That's a lot of money. I'm in the law field. I know that what's happening is there's a lot of lawyers out there. The law field is depressed right now. I think we need to take a look at that. And I know we talked about that last year, but these are hundreds of thousands of dollars that we're looking at. And I think we could come up with these pieces to make up the difference here and get our police services the way they should be and get our fire services the way, without going and nickel and diming people into vacation days and things like that. I think that's beneficial. I think it shows some buy-in to this, but we can't rely on that. So that's where I am.
So are you proposing that we implement all of those things immediately?
You know, I think what's going to happen is we're going to have a cost right now, and we're going to build into these cost savings in the future. None of this stuff is going to happen immediately. For example, say we go to an in-house city attorney. You know, that's going to take a certain period of time to happen if we do that. I mean, it may be economical to keep the system the way it is now. The dispatch, I believe that there's probably a 2 or 3 year notification period, so that's a couple years out. But what I'm asking is for the city, the staff to take a look at this, in addition to all these other things we've talked about, to try and fill in the gaps and really think about where this other money is going to come from. And it could be over a course of 12 to 18 months where we're going to right-side ourselves. But in the meantime, we're not hacking away at essential services. So I don't know the answers at this point because I haven't done the study, but I think it's useful for the city to do that study and give us information to see what that timing would be, what the amounts are going to be. Because I think that's what we're all looking for. We're looking for a way to pay for this. I think we all want to keep the service, but I think the rub is we may not have the money to do it. And what I'm saying is we need to look at all sources for these. We've had some people in the audience mention this, mention different sources, but we need to start gathering these resources and looking how we can do this. Because then we're actually paying for these and not just borrowing.
I'll ask you, I'm supportive of looking at some of these options, and some of them make a lot of intuitive sense. So just in terms of whether that allows us to not make the instant cuts is not as clear to me. If most of them take first some time to analyze to see would we really achieve savings, and then time to implement. Some would be faster than the others. If we decided we wanted to change to the city attorney arrangement and we could save a lot of money doing that, we could do that faster than we could change dispatch, for example. But none of that would produce, or it would produce very little savings in the budget year. And so to achieve the targets that we have here so we've talked about the potential involvement of both of the unions in that regard. But I don't know how at least in the near term, how these other options would prevent that from being at least partially necessary. I mean, I get that you know, this is not, as we've said many times, this is not a 1-year problem. So it's not an argument for not doing what you've described. I mean, we need to be pursuing savings and other revenue options, if for nothing else, to deal with cuts that are likely to have to be made next year, given the trajectory of what's going on in the Capitol and if the economy doesn't turn around quickly. So we've got it, this would, those, you know, if those ideas were to pan out, they would be very helpful in helping us avoid deeper cuts in future cycles. But in terms of the current budget, other than providing the direction to start going in that direction, that seems like we still have to score this in a way that balances.
Yeah, I would look at this more in terms of maybe a 3-year period, 3 or 4 year period, longer out, because I think, you know, it could be that we're in the hole for a while we do this, while we get up to speed. But I can see that the revenue, if, you know, I'd like to see this analysis that it could be, for example, in month 18, we're break even, and after that, we've got a surplus. Then we can go back and backfill that. But in the meantime, we've kept a level of service that's acceptable to the community. I just don't know it without the staff looking at that. But I think rather than saying, let's make the cuts now and see if we've got the money later, I don't think that's the way to go, because I think, you know, it's going to mean a drop of service, and it's unacceptable, in my view.
Well, I mean, I think that, you know, on some of the proposals that you're talking about, first we have to look internally. And the reason we need to look internally is because we made some decisions as far as attorney fees and things like that, as far as the Bridge District, CalSTARS, and some other major developments that we're trying to get. If we're not going to have the developer pay for those, then that's the decision we have to make. We have to make sure that the development community is going to pay for that, and that's going to reduce then your overall attorney fees. So, I mean, I think that discussion certainly needs to take place. But I mean, I don't mind having a discussion on these, but I have some reluctance to have to wait for the 4 years. I mean, I'm more than willing to pull off the fire part of this and see if there's some ways that we can massage and do whatever between the fire district, fire department in the city. I think we've come up with some creative ideas, and maybe there are others, I don't know. But at the same time, and then the same thing goes for police. I mean, I think that we've come up with a creative way to save some of the police. I'm not saying you can save it all. Now, I'd love to save it all, because I think you have some real quality people there. But I mean, I think that you could even maybe be able to do some things with 8/10 full employee time, or that kind of, or 9/10 or something like that, to get, instead of 2, you get 3. Instead of getting, you know, just a CSO, you can get the crime analyst. Or see, I don't know how much you're going to save just by a lieutenant position. It's not, you know, I mean, that's not going to, you're not going to save the world. But at the same time, there may be some ways, if we heard earlier tonight, that if that lieutenant position can be part of a package, it sounds like there's some other creative thoughts going on that they're already willing to sit down and say, hey, let's see how many people we can save. I mean, I think that kind of energy is there, and I'm really pleased to have it there. Because I think we as a whole community are going to benefit by it. But, you know, so that's about where I come from. But I mean, I think at the same time, some of the things you talk about, I think, are worthy of at least taking a long-term look at. And then if we can, it's like I said earlier, I don't see where the end of the tunnel is on this doggone recessionary times. I can't find it yet. And so maybe, you know, some of these other ideas are going to be, what's the salvation 4 years, 5 years from now? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just not. I want to be careful not to deficit spend now with the idea that we'll have a way to make it up later. That's exactly what the legislature has done, and it's why the state deficit keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, because those ideas haven't. You know, whether it's sell the student loan program or contract out the prisons, there's these big ideas. Sell all the state buildings. Sell all the state buildings, and then they make a budget that way, and they pass the budget, and the fiscal year starts, they start spending money that they don't have, and then when they actually implement, or they start to implement it, they look, well, this idea didn't work, or it's not actually generating that money, and then their deficit's bigger than when they started. So I mean, they're definitely worth pursuing some of these other concepts, but I think for the for the budget now, we have to have hard proposals that we can actually count the savings in and then begin to, but we'll never get the savings from those ideas if we don't start on them. So, I mean, I think it's absolutely, it is critical that we do them. It's just we can't, I'm not comfortable saying I'm willing to accept a $500,000 deficit with the idea that over the next few months, we'll start to look at and analyze and talk to Sac City about dispatch and all that. That's not safe enough to maintain fiscal prudence for the city budget. That's all.
Well, I think to a certain extent, that's what a reserve is for. I mean, you're basically making yourself a short-term loan out of the reserve in order to fund this. It's going to give you long-term benefit. So I don't know what the total amount of the reserve is, but, you know, we do have a policy to maintain that, which is great. It's for a rainy day fund. What are we in right now? Is this a rainy day or what? Okay. So, you know, it could get worse, but, you know, I'm not saying going out there and doing this on a prayer. I'm saying find something that looks like it's a real possibility with the staff to analyze this. And, you know, if it's a no-go, well, then we've got a decision to make. But it's certainly, with the hundreds of thousands of dollars that are at stake, it's certainly worth pursuing. And we do, you know, I think we have the ability to do this.
It's a little late, but it's 11:15, and I just want to make sure that I understood. So, but you're not recommending that we use reserves for that? I caught the tail end of that, and or are you? I mean, I just want to make sure that
What I'm saying is that it could be if we pursue something that we're going to get, for example, changing dispatch saves us $500,000 a year. And that $500,000 a year is going to, you know, surface 18 months or whatever it is from now. So yes, you may have to be deficit for a while until it picks up, but then you'll be able to repay that reserve. And I think something like that, you'll have more of you'll know more of the timing, because it's not really like the state does. For example, we're going to estimate that revenues are going to be up next year. Well, you know, that's, you know, weather reporting. It's not, you don't really know that. But if you know, for example, what the rate is for dispatch, you know that there's going to be a 2-year time when to get out of whatever commitment we have to enter there. You're already negotiating the price there. You know what the amount's going to be in 2 years. So it's more of a planning issue. It's not pie in the sky. And the same thing with some of these other things I've talked about. It's something that's fairly quick to come to. So.
I guess I just chime in. I appreciate the ideas and the concept. I guess I'm just nervous about going down that path when you're talking about using reserves without knowing or not seeing exactly what will come in to the coffers to help offset the use of those reserves, especially in this climate where we don't know from day to day what the state is going to take or what's going to happen. And I'm just not comfortable touching the reserves.
I think there's another little part of this too, and that is, I mean, I realize that I think there's an agreement that Toby and Phil have with the employees, that they're the first ones that are thought of if something like what you talk about comes to fruition. So if all of a sudden you do have an extra $500,000, well then we will have, or staff will prioritize, you know, what comes back. Maybe it's the lieutenant that the chief is looking for. Or maybe it's maybe it's a firefighter, or maybe it's a CSO, or whatever it may be. But then that person has the opportunity to come back quickly. And maybe that would suffice. I mean, because I do think that some of the things that you're talking about is they're worthy of exploration. But at the same time, we have some very difficult decisions to make, and we have some decisions that have short-term, long-term impacts. You know, but I mean, I think that, you know, what Oscar had said earlier too is it's very important.
Mr. Beers.
Okay. The mayor was turned that direction, so it's hard to get his attention. You know, this has been a very informative evening. We actually, if you look at your budget sheet, out of total funds, I think we've reached agreement on cuts of about 7.8 million. So it's not a bad night's work in that regard. We've come down to the key core issues that concern everybody in this room, the council just as much as everyone sitting there. The direction that I thought we were kind of sitting on before we kind of got into this larger discussion, and I think the larger discussion has a time and place, and I don't think it's tonight at this point. I think the concept is fine. We should look at these things. The attorney cost is something I've looked at too. We had a policy in the last Bridge District renditions not to charge off some of those costs to developers in order to get those projects. I don't think we'd make that same decision today, so I'm not sure how much.
That's where I think you can really save some money is
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think we would spend it.
The policy decision needs to be made, though.
I agree, yeah. I'm just saying, I don't think there's a bunch of money lying around that, you know, we made those decisions in a past budget cycle. We can't do it now. We wouldn't spend that money now. It's not possible. But having said all that, we need to have a process to go forward. I support, though, having something come back to us on June 2nd. I mean, if you wanted to come back to us at a special meeting before then, that would be fine with me. I mean, that's not, we shouldn't be rigid to that, but that's about a 2-week time, and I think we've had a very healthy discussion tonight. I would really appreciate the police and the fire associations and line staff sitting down and trying to, you know, provide some input to any ways that we can, you know, reach some sort of solution on any of these. So I'm comfortable with all of that. You know, I mean, fundamentally, and I'm looking at my former gym partner at 15th Street. You know, I really appreciated your comments tonight. I mean, you were passionate, Fidel, but the point you made is let's look forward, let's be positive. That's how we've always succeeded in West Sac, and so that's what that should be our core value in terms of how we get there. We're talking about $1 million, and what I see this fundamental problem is we are living in 2010 and have a service system designed for 2010, and we've had a 2001 revenue stream imposed on us. We didn't ask for it that way, but if you looked at this $1 million shortfall that we're talking about with roughly 30,000 properties in the city, that's $3 a month to solve this problem. Most people, and in fact, I would venture to say almost everybody except some people pre-78, Prop 13 people, have received much more than that in property tax reductions, or it's in the mail, so to speak. So there's a lot of issues that we as a community could go. I would love to see a meeting with as much passion coming in from people in the community that said, look, how do we solve this problem? Is everyone willing to put up $3 a month? I mean, you know, there's other ways that we can look at the long term. So I think tonight we've had a really healthy discussion on the budget as proposed. We have given direction to staff to come back with, to see if there's any more short-term alternatives in the next couple of weeks. And I think that's not putting everything off, that's just saying we can take some time, or we need to take the time on the second piece. So I'm very comfortable with that direction to staff.
Good summary. Okay. Are there any further comments on the total? So what the city manager is asking us to take the remainder of the actions, other than the ones that we've sequestered from the list. So is it well understood among the council then what we'd be voting on? And staff.
I understand, I think, and what I'd be asking you to do is basically take the recommended action with the understanding that the budget plan as approved does not include the factors that you've identified.
Correct. Okay.
That would be my motion.
All right. Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Beers and seconded by Mr. Johannesson. Seeing no further discussion, then all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. And just encourage members of the council to keep as much of your June schedule open as possible in case we need special meetings or other other meetings in order to make sure that we get this done. So, all right, again, thank you to the city manager, to the management team, to all of the employees of the city, many of whom, by our actions tonight, we have authorized, directly or indirectly, layoffs, reductions in times, furloughs, lots of severe hardship for folks who are part of not just our family, but the whole community's family, and who have been essential to making West Sacramento what it is today. And it's very difficult to express how heart-wrenching this is. I mean, we've gone through this as a budget exercise. But I hope, for those of you that are here that are in that category, which is many, those who see a tape of this, that you understand how much we value the work that you do, the commitment to the city that you've given, whether it's been for the last 6 months or for the last 16 years. And the whole community is grateful, and we are sorry that we're in a position, thanks to the global economy and the state legislature, that it's come to this. And you have our commitment that we will continue to do everything we possibly can to restore the level of service, and also the jobs from the folks on our team who have worked so hard for the community. So I want to thank all of them, and I want to thank the members of the community who came out tonight, or who are watching at home, or have sent emails or Facebook comments, or what have you, for caring and for participating and trying to get through what are some tough choices, but that have to be made, but that have the potential to shape what the future of this whole community looks like. And I know for a lot of people it was difficult. I know for a lot of our employees it had to be gut-wrenching to come here tonight and talk about your own personal situations, and to stand up knowing that your department director and your colleagues were right behind you, and to say what you said, and thank you for doing it. And even if we haven't been able to solve every challenge or solve the specific problems that you brought forward to us, please know that you were heard, and we're going to keep working at it. So thank you on behalf of the whole council and the whole community. All right. So we'll return to this. We'll have some additional actions potentially on June 2nd, including a closed session item on the lease of the police facility. Correct, Mr. Ross? Right.
There we go.
Okay. All right, thank you. With that, we'll proceed to council calendar. Mr. Ross?
Nothing this evening with respect to the calendar, and nothing with respect to any actions from the city manager.
Okay, city attorney report?
Nothing, Mr. Mayor.
Staff direction from members of the council? I see none, and we have no future agenda item requests. Mr. Beers moves, and Mayor Pro Tem Villegas seconds that the meeting be adjourned.
Who's pro tem?
Yes, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye, any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Meeting is adjourned.
Commissions.